Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of what Naruto was the Heir Sitri in high school DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto found himself in the Sitri castle and was finishing up some training with Behemoth. Training with Naruto was Itachi, Kuroka, and Sharon, all working on and honing their skills. Naruto stopped as he let some breaths out tiredly as he fell to his knees. Naruto looked up to Behemoth. You're a real slave driver, ya know that? Kuroka giggled as she trotted over and knelt to Naruto. Yep, he sure is. Making us all fight you at once isn't easy. Naruto rubbed his side, still tender from Sharon's punch. Itai, Naruto said out loud as he looked to Itachi, who came walking over. You are improving quite quickly, Naruto. Battling us all at once is helping you hone your speed and reflexes. Itachi added as he wiped some sweat from his brow. Even still, the power gap between us is quite big. Itachi looked at his hands. It's incredible, even as a descendant of the original Lucifer, only being 75% devil. Even being some human, Naruto and I's powers are completely different. Of course, that doesn't mean that Itachi couldn't become as strong as Naruto. But if Naruto kept training as hard as Itachi did, Naruto would always stay ahead of him. Behemoth came walking up, looking to Naruto curiously. Impressive, you've been getting stronger and stronger every day. I can't wait to see how far you'll go, Naruto-sama. You can rest and begin preparing for your leave. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Leave for what? Sharon looked to Naruto with an impassive look on her face and said, don't you remember, you're going to beginning your first year at Kuo Academy. Naruto deadpanned as he looked at Sharon. Aw crap. Man, it was enough when Okawa-sama taught us, and Sona too. Naruto remembered back to how Sona would chide him a lot about Naruto doing his work. School was never my thing. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Then again, I promised Rias that I'd be there along with Sona too, huh? Indeed, you did. Kuroka looked to Naruto with a smug look on her face. It's impressive all you do. Itachi stood to the side and watched Kuroka and Sharon. Itachi was given the rundown of their story. If anything, Itachi was glad that Naruto prevented another situation like Itachi's and Sasuke's. Naruto sighed as he heard some footsteps off from the side. Naruto looked over to see Sona come walking in with Tsubaki following her. Naruto gave Sona a salute. Yo, what's up, sis? Sona with a smile on her face nodded her head. Hello, Oni-sama, here you go. Sona, who was holding a towel in her hand, held it up for Naruto. Thanks. Naruto took the towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Then Tsubaki handed him a water bottle. Thanks, Tsubaki. Tsubaki nodded her head, noting she heard Naruto's thanks. So, how can I help my twin today? Sona smiled as she fished out some documents. Documents to apply for Kuo Academy. We'll be starting next week, Monday. You and Itachi will be the first males to join the academy, as Sirzex-sama was able to get the school to be now co-ed, instead of it being an all-girls school. Naruto deadpanned as he sighed internally. He knew he said he'd think about it. Naruto scratched the back of his head with one eye closed and the other looking at Sona. Naruto then smiled and nodded his head. All right then, I'll attend. Sona's face lightened up greatly as she placed the papers into Naruto's hands. Get those to me by tomorrow so we can get it to Sirzex-sama. Sona began to walk away with a skip in her step and a smile on her face. Tsubaki gave Naruto a polite bow and began to follow Sona while staying quiet, but not without him noticing the look she gave Itachi. It wasn't a look of annoyance or even suspicion. If anything, it was curiosity. While Tsubaki began to walk away, Tsubaki began to think back towards Sona's and her talk to Itachi the other night. Backquote. 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 Flashback. Couple months after Itachi joined Naruto's peerage. It was one night not too long after Itachi joined Naruto's peerage. Itachi just finished up some personal training with some robots that resembled some fallen angels. Itachi wiped the sweat from his brow as he turned to see some people walking up to him. It was Sona, Tsubaki, Kuroka, Sharon, Esdeath, and Behemoth. Itachi knew how some of the other felt towards him, mainly because he came from the anti-Satan faction. Many of them didn't trust him. Itachi looked to them and gave a polite bow to Sona. Hello, Sona-sama, everyone, how can I help you this evening? Sona looked at Itachi with an upset protective look on her face. Itachi could tell she meant business. I'll be frank with you, I don't trust you, I don't like you, in fact if you died and were found later, I wouldn't even so much as bat an eye, nor even shed a single tear. I don't like what Onisama is getting himself into. I trust him, and I love him since he is my twin. I trust his decision in you being invited into his peerage. However, if you so much as think of hurting him, leading into a trap, or whatever it is, you end up betraying him. He gets hurt because of you, you better say your prayers to even God. Sona said God, and she didn't even flinch in pain. There is nowhere you'll be able to go or hide to get away from me. Heaven or hell, I will hunt you down. Sona's violet eyes began to glow as a purple ice began to form in her hand. A rapier took shape, and the ice was glowing with a violet purple. She then shoved it near Itachi's throat where the point was mere centimeters from his jugular. I will gut you myself. Sona then dismissed it and began to walk away. Consider yourself warned. The others followed but not without giving their own glares of warning towards Itachi. Once they walked out and doors behind them closed, Itachi let a sigh out as he looked at the closed doors. Well, at least here he seems to have people who really love and care for him. Good thing I have no intention of betraying Naruto. Not after all we've been through. Itachi grabbed his water bottle and went to shower. Itachi figured this was something he can keep between himself and the others. No need to tell Naruto about it, it'll only complicate things. There's plenty of time for him to gain everyone's trust, even if it might take a few decades or more. Backquote. 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 Time skip next week, first day of school. Naruto opened his eyes as he let a yawn out. Naruto looked up at the ceiling, and the ceiling that he usually looks at was different this time. Only because he was in a brand new house, well more an apartment. Naruto went to move, but to no avail, he could not move his limbs. Naruto lifted his head up to see tufts of hair. Naruto then heard a voice at his door. Onisama, come on, it's our first day of school. I don't want us to late, in fact I want to be early if. The door opened. Naruto let a sigh out as he gave a chuckle out. Hey Sona, morning, I think I already got morning wake-up call. I appreciate it though. Sona looked onwards angrily, again with this. Come on, the first night here and you're already bothering Onisama. Sona's yelling caused the girls in Naruto's bed to begin to stir. Just then another person came walking into the room, Oni-chan, being Eki again. Sharon poked her head into the room to see Kuroka sleeping at Naruto's feet. Rias sat up in the nude as she let a yawn out. Sona, it's been ages since last time I got to sleep with Naruto though. Naruto then deadpanned, it shouldn't be something you normally do though. Naruto was ignored. It's only natural his queen stay nears his side. Unlike Red and Sparky over here. Kuroka sat up as she wiped the sleepiness from her eyes like a cat would. It's only an excuse there furball if you two are allowed to sleep with him. I don't see why I shouldn't be able to. I mean after all, I owe him my life. Akeno smirked and winked towards Naruto. Of course, I'm willing to offer more of myself whenever he'd ask. Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine, as he then let a chuckle out. Okay, I think it's time for us to get up ladies. That way we can all prepare. Rias looked to the other two. Naruto is my fiancé after all. It's only right that I am here. Naruto deadpanned once again. Seriously, what is with her? She does realize he is only doing this to stop others from sending her marriage proposals. Besides, it's only until Riser challenges him. Truthfully, he has nothing to worry about until the time comes. His chicken ass isn't challenging him anytime soon. Besides, he's shown off his power. It was clear that Riser is nowhere near his level. Of course, a lot of things can change within the next few years. But that doesn't give Naruto a reason to really stop training either. Naruto just rolled his eyes and sighed sitting up in bed, which moved the girls who were on him. Naruto looked down and shook his head. Come on, let's get going. I don't want to keep Sona waiting any longer, besides, I smell breakfast and I'm hungry. After a bit of time the girls left Naruto's room. Naruto made his way downstairs to see Akeno's mother, Shuri, plating breakfast for everyone. Shuri smiled looking at Naruto. Era, good morning Naruto-sama, glad to see you up and early. Naruto nodded his head towards her. Morning Shuri, please you don't have to keep adding Sama to my name. I've known you and Akano for a while, she's a friend so no need to keep being formal. Shuri giggled into her hand. I see, I was just teasing, so how was your sleep? Shuri turned to grab the other plates of food and set it at the table. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, my sleep? Shuri giggled and slightly turned her head to Naruto as she gathered more plates. What else could I mean? I mean, you are sleeping with 3 beautiful women in your bed. Surely it's quite comfortable being in bed with them. Naruto's face turned a bit red as he turned away from Shuri. Look, Shuri, don't tease me like that. We're all just friends, but they just take it too far sometimes. Shuri giggled at Naruto's denial of the way the girls act towards him. Fine, I'll relent for now, but it's clear how those girls act around you. But then again, I did encourage Akano to be grateful towards you. Naruto seemingly rubbed the back of his head sheepish from Shuri's comments.
That was one thing Naruto never got. Shuri was very caring and did everything she could for him. It made sense, because he saved her life and Akino's. However, since he saved her, Shuri made sure that she took extra care of Naruto and did anything he asked. But she still berated him and looked after him as if he was her own child. Naruto was quickly cut from his thoughts as the others began walking in. Sharon trotted into the kitchen and was the first one seated.
Naruto followed suit sitting next to her and Rias quickly claimed the spot to his right. Everyone else followed and sat down for breakfast. There was casual chat for how classes were going to go for them. Of course, Naruto was already bored looking at the schedule for his classes. All of this was already review of what their mother taught him. Kuroka put a finger on her lip. That does make me wonder, with Naruto-sama, Itachi, and Kiba being the first boys at the school. I wonder how the girls will react when they see them. Rias frowned at the idea, but then smiled. I think everything will be okay, I mean after all it's them. They're pretty good when dealing with other girls. Kuroka pointed a finger up in the air. Ah, but that's the thing Red, it's very likely they're going to try to dig their claws into Itachi and Kiba. Then oh so importantly, Mr. Itri-sama. Kuroka waved her finger in tandem with the way she spelled out the Sitri twins' last name. Sona angrily shouted while slamming her hand on the table, as if I'd let those harlots dig their filthy claws into Oni-sama. Tsubaki watching her king's side, she truly does this to herself. Kuroka smirked looking at Sona with a smug look on her face. There is little Miss Overprotective broke on Sona. Naruto facepalmed himself as Sona glared daggers at the teasing Nekomata. Sona glared at Kuroka at the comment, stupid horny cat. I can't believe you sometimes. Just then Naruto placed a hand on Sona's shoulder and smiled. Easy there Sona, I appreciate the thought. But I think I can handle the girls just fine. Sona looked up to her twin and let a sigh out and then let a raspberry out. Then it clicked for Sona. Oni-sama, did you get taller again? All heads turned to Naruto as he looked down at himself. I mean, I'm only 15 right now. But yeah, last time I checked I was about 5 feet 8. Itachi raised his hand up near his head. I'm currently 5 feet 8 now, but I think you might be an inch taller right now. Kiba chuckled. Well hopefully the girls don't claw at us too much. Kiba looked down to himself as he stood at 5 feet 7.5 himself. Just then Shuri spoke up. Era, seems like there's some problems that will come eventually. Nonetheless, you should all eat and go ahead and get going. You only got an hour or so to eat and begin walking. With everyone finishing up their breakfast, Sharon finished, but something unusual happened. Naruto now looked down rather confused. Sharon, what are you doing? Naruto and everyone else looked at the young Nekomata rather confused. My seat. Sharon was done with her breakfast as she was eating a croissant. Rias looked annoyed along with the others. Even Sona looked annoyed, but she wasn't entirely bothered by it. Unlike how the others bother Naruto when he is sleeping, at least this one was a lot tamer. Naruto took his hand and gently petted the top of Sharon's head, to which Sharon's tail and ears popped out. Which she gently let out some purrs, causing everyone else to giggle towards the Nekomata's response to Naruto's petting. Well, as much as we all like staying here, I think we should all get going, Naruto stated, to which Sharon let out a pout, to which he just chuckled. Makes sense, we should get going so we're on time, Sona added, to which she stood up from the table. Sona turned to Shuri. Himahima-san, breakfast was wonderful. Thank you. Shuri giggled as she stood by the island watching the kids eat. Don't even mention it, Sona, and please just call me Shuri. You make me feel old when you're so formal with me. Rias stood up ready to go, with everyone else beginning to follow suit. This is what I've been waiting for. Rias grabbed her bag and trotted to the front of the house by the doors. Rias opened the door and then turned back towards everyone else walking up to her. Rias had a start appear next to her with a smile on her face. I've been desiring to go to school in Japan for such a long time. Now it's finally here. We're finally doing it now with all my friends. Naruto chuckled as he slipped on his shoes. You never change, Rias, like what Akeno called you before. A Japanophile. Naruto chuckled, walking past her to outside. Rias turned to Akeno. Hey, Akeno. I told you how much I hated that nickname. Akeno giggled as she placed her hand on her cheek. It might have slipped out when I was doting on Naruto the other day. Wait, what do you mean the other day? Rias glared at her best friend as Akeno walked out, following Naruto out the door. Though Akeno stopped and turned to Rias and said, who knows? Hey, Akeno. Get back here. Rias turned to go after her as Akeno trotted up to Naruto, grabbing his right arm, pulling it into his chest as he walked. Itachi walked out with the others as Sona said, I have a feeling this is going to be a long 3 years here. Itachi looked to Sona, to which Tsubaki chimed in, I think so too, Sona-sama, with those. Tsubaki was cut off as Kuroka came running out with a piece of toast with jam on it in her mouth. Kuroka called out, Nya. Don't hog Naruto all to yourselves. Kuroka ran off to get next to Naruto as Akeno and Rias both had Naruto's arms between their breasts, arguing with one another. Itachi looked at Naruto and smiled, seeing him enjoy himself. Kiba chuckled, placing a hand on Itachi's shoulder. I have a feeling these next 3 years will never be boring. Itachi looked to Kiba and nodded his head in agreement. For as long as I've known Naruto, even if it wasn't long, it's as if I've knew him in a previous life. Not to forget to mention the annoying fangirls we'll be hounded with at school. Kiba chuckled. Same here, Naruto is certainly something else. Sona smiled proudly how the two talked about her older brother. Onisama has always had that thing about him. His aura, his personality seems to always drag everyone's attention to him, and he could easily shift it to someone else if need be. He's caring, and he does his best for others, even if it meant ignoring his own well-being. Rather reckless, but I guess it wouldn't be Naruto-sama if he didn't do that. Tsubaki added, to which the four of them agreed on. Oni-chan being Eki again. Sharon took her bag and threw it at Kuroka since she was trying to smother Naruto's face into her breasts. The bag for some reason seemed heavier than usual. When then bag made contact, knocked out Kuroka, who fell to the ground with swirls in her eyes. Naruto, Rias, and Akeno looked to the passed-out Kuroka, making sure she was okay. Sharon just walked up and grabbed Kuroka by her foot and began to drag her to school. Baka Oni-chan. Sharon looked onwards, annoyed by her older sister's actions. Though Sharon did send a slight glare to Rias and Akeno, and then back to her older sister, booby monsters. Sharon mumbled, to which Rias and Akeno heard her. However, a certain Sitri heir was looking at Sharon, confused by what she said. Backquote. 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 At Kuo Academy after the entrance ceremony, Naruto let a sigh out as he walked back from the auditorium with his friends in tow. Naruto, however, had a large sweat drop on his forehead. If Naruto could wish for anything right now, is that Itachi was here to also endure this suffering. Itachi slipped away avoiding the fangirls. Sona made him stay with the group. Kiba, luckily, was still finishing up middle school, lucky bastard, and Itachi was even there too. Crazy enough, Itachi is a year younger than Naruto. So, he attended Kuo Academy's middle school, which makes Naruto the only male in the high school. Naruto mentally yelled at Itachi, "Damn you Itachi, at least you get Kiba to keep you company. While I'm hounded by girls continuously." Just then Naruto found himself cornered. Oh shit. Naruto mumbled to himself as he found himself not with his friends. Naruto looked onwards to see girls who were first, second, and even third years looking at him. They were all asking him questions and were closing in on him. Backquote. 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 With Sona and the others. Sona looked left and right. Wait, everyone, where's Onisama? Rias and the others looked around. Rias growled out annoyed, how do we lose a guy that tall? Rias turned around along with the others and began to run back with everyone else. Backquote. 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 With Naruto. Shitori-sama, are you single? Do you have a girlfriend? Want to get married? Can you take me home? I'll cook and clean for you as your wife. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Naruto was being hounded by question after question from the girls. As he found himself back against the wall. Shitori-sama, marry me and put a baby in me. Naruto deadpanned at the last response, a ladies please. The girls all stopped talking as they listened to Naruto talk. I am not really interested right now in dating. Wait, are you dating Rias Onisama? Or Kuroka-chan? Wait Akeno Onisama? Maybe Sona-sama? Everyone stopped talking immediately as the hall grew quiet. Everyone looked at the girl who said that along with Naruto with disgusted looks on their faces. Dude, that's my twin sister. Naruto added. Anyways, are you dating Rias? The girls' shouting started back up as Naruto grew unsure of what to do. The girls grew closer to Naruto. Naruto didn't want to show off his unnatural strength or do anything that could hurt the girls. Just then a hand was placed on his cheek. Oh my god, his cheeks have bumps like real whiskers. Another hand shot out and placed it on his chest. I can feel his muscles on him. He feels so hot. More hands shot out and began to touch Naruto. Oi, hands off. Stop touching me. Oi, don't grab my butt. Naruto screamed out as he felt someone cup a feel on his butt. Just then Naruto saw a head move through the crowd, seeing a person with an ahoge walk up. The woman clapped her hands and said, ladies come on now, do not crowd the new male of the school. The lady sighed as she shook her head, honestly you girls, what are we going to do to you? Get to class, Shitori-san, please follow me. Hi Hasagawa Oni-sama. The ladies all cooed out as they began to walk away listening to the lady. Naruto, not letting a sigh of breath out, looked to the woman. Naruto smiled. I appreciate the assistance, I had no idea what else to do. Once Naruto got to relax and take a look at the lady who saved him. Naruto looked to the lady as he felt his heart seemingly skip a beat. The lady in front of him was a stunningly attractive woman with sexy hip length, black hair that has bangs hanging on the right side with two ahogues, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, red round glasses, one earring on her left ear, and a voluptuous figure. She has very large breasts that were comparable to Rias and Akeno. Hell, she was probably even bigger. The lady who was there smiled, noting that Naruto actually stopped to look at her. The woman's eyes seemingly went along with her mouth, smiling at Naruto. She knew he was rather stunned by her beauty. No problem Shitori-san, it's the duty of a teacher to look after their students. Oh. Yeah. Naruto chuckled as he felt his face heat up. Yeah, thanks for the assist. Wait, I already said that. I mean, thank you. Naruto stuck his hand out to her. Thank you for getting me away from the girls. The lady giggled as she shook his hand back. Funny boy Shitori-san, anyways I so happen to be your biology teacher. Some class will be starting in about 5 minutes. The teacher began to walk away and said, oh, and the girls in the back, some of you are in my class so you can follow us. But everyone else, Please get to where you need to go. Naruto turned his head to see Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, and Kuroka walk out from the corner. Naruto looked to the girls and chuckled, "Hee, I got myself into some trouble, sorry." Sona looked at Naruto shocked, "I can't believe they just sexually assaulted Oni-sama." Sona looked like a deer in headlights. Naruto let a sigh out as he rubbed the back of his head, "I got nothing else to say, but let's just get to class." Backquote. 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 After class. Naruto was packing up to leave from biology class. Naruto learned that his teacher was Chisato Hasegawa. Naruto was about to leave with the others. "Naruto-san, can you stay for a moment please?" "Sona-san, I'll make sure your Oni-san gets to class." Sona, accepting the answer, left class with Rias, Kuroka, Akeno, and Tsubaki in tow. Naruto walked over to Chisato and said, "Thanks again for helping me out back there. I enjoyed the class." Naruto added the last part with a rather strange tone in his voice. "I don't know what it is, but something makes me feel different about her." "You're not wrong on that aspect, partner. She's different than the other humans. But I can't place my finger on it." Naruto was surprised to hear Deidre to speak up. He normally doesn't speak a lot, but this was surprised. Chisato could tell that Naruto felt attracted to him. She doesn't blame him whatsoever. Of course, for now she will keep him at an arm's length distance. Chisato was very well informed of the Shitori twins, aka Sitri. "Oh, I didn't even teach anything today, we just went over the topics for this semester." Chisato giggled. Naruto was certainly acting cute. "Well, even still, I appreciate knowing that you enjoy being in my class on the very first day. It seems I made quite the impression on you." "Oh, really?" Naruto began to rub the back of his head as he saw Chisato place her hands under her ample chest. "Well, I look forward to your class again tomorrow." Chisato giggled again. "Well, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm also the school nurse, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. For now, get to class. I'll write you a pass." Backquote. 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 End of school. Naruto and everyone left school with Naruto seemingly quiet. Sona, Rias, Tsubaki, Kuroka, and everyone else were surprised. Normally Naruto would answer them when they asked a question, but he was acting as if they weren't even there. "Oni-sama." Naruto jolted once a hand waved in front of his face. "Oh, Sona. Sorry, did you say something?" Sona raised an eyebrow at Naruto. "Oni-sama, we've been calling for you for the past couple minutes. You didn't say anything." Naruto looked to everyone else as Itachi, Kiba, and Sharon came walking up to the group. Naruto blinked and rubbed the back of his head. "Oh, sorry, I guess I just got a lot on my mind right now. I guess today was a little more surprising than I realized." Akeno giggled and smirked. By chance, are you thinking of Hasegawa-sensei?" Rias looked to Naruto rather surprised and Sona. Naruto, when he heard her name, face began to flush red. "What? No, why would I be thinking of Hasegawa-sensei?" Naruto began to look left and right while blinking. Sona narrowed her eyes at Naruto. "Oni-sama, your eyes dart left and right when you lie." Sona crossed her arms over her chest. "Oni-sama, you know very well that is inappropriate and you cannot even think of your sensei like this." Rias had her arms crossed over her chest, upset as well at this. Kuroka was shocked. This is a surprise. Naruto-sama has never shown any real romantic interest in us before. This is new." Kuroka had stars appear in her eyes. Sharon frowned. "Does this Hasegawa-sensei have big boobies? Is she a booby monster too?" Itachi, Tsubaki, and Kiba all chuckled and deadpanned. "You know what, we'll meet you back at home." Kiba chuckled as he began to walk off. Itachi said nothing along with Tsubaki as they began to walk away. Naruto looked to Itachi and Kiba with tears in his eyes. "You traitors." Naruto and the others finished their schooling and were beginning to leave. Naruto was walking with everyone as they chatted about classes and their schoolwork. Of course, it wasn't completely peaceful as not too far away. Girls from middle and high school were somewhat tailing the group home. They always did this, but eventually split up to go home. Naruto looked at Chiron, who seemingly kept looking left and right. He could see that her senses were on alert while everyone else was talking. Naruto held back with Chiron as she stopped and continued to look left and right. Naruto went to his rook and asked, "Chiron, something wrong?" Chiron was looking left and right as she said, "I smell something funny, out of place, something dead." Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt a shift in the air, and before he knew it, a shield was placed up as Naruto felt everyone else's presence disappear but for Chiron and his. Just then from the bushes two beings dashed out from the bushes. Naruto readied himself until he saw them running out of the bush. Just then some beings appeared in front of Naruto along with Chiron. They were four cloaked with black and red robes. Naruto couldn't see their faces since they had hoods up. "Who are you?" "You are in the territory that belongs to the Sitri and Rimori clan." Naruto began to let black ice begin to come off his hands. Chiron, seeing Naruto prepare for battle, did the same as well as her ears and tail came out. She tightened the gloves on her hands. The two stood behind Naruto, seeing and hoping he was willing to protect him. The two looked at him as Naruto began to flare his magic power, causing the area to feel heavy. The two mysterious people behind Naruto weren't affected like Chiron, but that didn't mean they couldn't feel Naruto's magic power. Naruto's magic power began to thicken the air as his magic began to crack the shield around them. Naruto summoned a katana made of ice in his hand as he looked at the cloaked figures in front of him. "Your move." Not long after, the barrier broke as one of the four mysterious figures threw a flash bomb to the ground, blinding everyone. Once the light died down, the two of the four cloaked figures fell to the ground frozen. Naruto quickly cast a freezing spell which imprisoned two of them into blocks of ice. Once they were taken care of, Naruto and Chiron looked to the two people who were behind them. One was a girl with short blonde hair and red eyes. The younger person with the girl seemed to be an effeminate-looking male with platinum blonde hair and pinkish-violet eyes. His hair is styled in short bob cut with several small fringes over his forehead, and he has pointed ears. Naruto smiled looking at the two. But just then Rias, Sona, Itachi, Hiba, Kuroka, and Tsubaki came flying in. "Naruto, you, okay. I felt your magic signatures disappear for a moment. Then I felt yours increase and randomly appear." Rias ran up to Naruto as she placed her hands on his shoulders, giving him a once-over. Naruto chuckled, nodding his head. "I'm fine, Rias. In fact, they ran away realizing who I was." Taicho had it covered. Don't know who they were. However, Chiron looked to the two people behind Naruto. Those two smell similar to them. Everyone looked to them, and Naruto then said, "Well, let's take them to the house and we'll figure out what's going on here." Just then the taller one of the two began to slump over. Naruto quickly caught the person. "We need to get back now." Backquote. 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 At the Sitri Rimori house, Naruto rushed the girl back to their house along with the other one. Naruto looked down at the girl as he quickly ripped open her shirt. Naruto saw a puncture wound through the left part of her chest. Naruto did his best to analyze the wound and quickly saw there was dark red blood, along with bubbles. "Sona, I need another opinion. Dark red blood, bubbles." She was punctured through not only her lung, but a part of her heart too. Specifically, the right ventricle. Sona looked at the wound and nodded her head. "Yay, the wound is too severe for our basic healing. We need Graphia for this." The young boy looked at Naruto and Sona. "No. Please don't let her die. She's done so much for me." Naruto saw tears in the boy's eyes. She took that hit for me." The only others in the room were Naruto, Sona, the young boy, the girl, and Rias. No one else has strong enough healing to help the girl. Naruto looked to the young boy. "Sorry, there is nothing we can do for you, or her." Rias frowned. "I mean, we could use our evil pieces." Rias then looked to Naruto, to which Naruto and Sona looked back to Rias. "We could, but it'd be wrong, at least to me." Naruto answered, but then the boy grabbed Naruto's shirt. "What is it? Wait, I don't care. Do it, please save her. I don't want her to die." The boy begged as Naruto looked down to him. Naruto sighed as he walked over to the girl. She was barely conscious. Naruto looked over to her. With whatever strength you got left, answer this question. Naruto saw the girl's eyes look to him. We don't have a good healer here right now, and it's most likely you'll end up dying. However, we have a way to save you. Well, the only way to heal you is to change you into a devil. Are you okay with that? The girl who lay there, with eyes barely hanging onto life, looked to Naruto. She weighed her options quickly. With her look to Naruto, she looked deep into his eyes. She could sense one thing from him. He cares deeply for others, and to her. It was the most important thing for her at this time. Valerie nods head yes to Naruto. Naruto quickly summoned his evil pieces. What is her name? Naruto looked to the young boy. Her name is Valerie Teps. I command thee, Valerie Teps, heed my call and join my family. Ease your pain and suffering you received from protecting another. As Naruto Sitri, as your master, I promise to help you and protect you. That way you can protect others. Naruto's evil pieces began to spin around him, and soon the night piece flew to her. The piece hovered over her chest. Be resurrected as my trustful knight. The night piece sunk into her chest as it glowed, though interestingly something happened. Everyone watched as the night piece snapped in half. What? Naruto, Sona, and Rias screamed out loud as the young boy looked to them confused. Just then the two halves of the night piece glowed, as the appearance of another half of a bishop piece appeared on each split night piece. Then the two pieces sunk into Valerie's chest as the wound began to heal. The wound closed, with the blood returning to its owner's body. Soon Valerie let a breath of relief out as her breathing calmed. She slept there silently as everyone watched, shocked. Naruto looked to Rias and Sona, not sure what to say. Sona looked to Valerie. Oni-sama, just what is it with you and weird evil pieces? Naruto chuckled, scratching his cheek. Unpredictable. Don't forget knuckleheaded. Another voice came up as Sharon came walking with a bag of sweets in her hand. Sometimes overzealous. Kuroka chuckled as she came in next. Don't forget, impulsive. Itachi came in behind Kuroka. Naruto frowned, annoyed. Oi, I am not either of those. I am barely even knuckleheaded. I'm quite smart. Okay then, water isn't wet. Sharon fired. Naruto facepalmed. We are not having this conversation. Your desire to become one of the strongest devils who ever lived. Now with that sacred gear of yours, it's even more possible. Kuroka giggled, looking to Naruto. You're also impulsive all the time. You were ready to fight. You could have easily stopped them by knocking them out. Sharon just stated that they were pretty weak. Itachi then raised an eyebrow. You instead froze them into blocks of solid black ice. We're currently trying to get them out. That way they don't die of hypothermia. Naruto blushed, embarrassed. Oi. I figured it could stop them from escaping. The young boy, who was now happy, went up to Valerie and sat next to her. Naruto smiled and looked to the others. Why don't we give them some space? We can go check on the other two. Everyone went downstairs to find everyone using hammers and ice picks. Tsubaki looked over to Naruto. Could you please dispel the magic, please? This is getting annoying. Kiba chuckled. As funny as this is, I would like the same thing. Naruto chuckled as he waved his hand as the ice around the mages broke. Once they fell to the ground, Naruto quickly summoned black ice that wrapped them around like rope. Naruto sighed as he looked to the two. They seemingly began to come around. Naruto looked to Itachi. Itachi, you and Akino take them to the basement. We'll interrogate them there. We'll get information out of them one way or another. Sona, go contact Oni-sama. Rias, contact Sirzex-sama. I think they should be told of this. Rias and Sona nodded their heads. Makes sense. The one girl is Teps, from the Teps faction. This could get ugly. Sona began to walk away, hoping they could avoid too many problems. Rias looked to Naruto. Just make sure you're careful about all this. I worry that this could cause more problems. Era. Classic Naruto, jumping in headfirst without thinking about the consequences. Akino giggled as she grabbed on by the scruff of his neck and began to drag him downstairs. Followed by Itachi slinging one over his shoulder. For Akino's victim was being dragged as his body hit multiple different objects throughout the house to cause pain. That's what I'm worried about. Sona answered out as she dialed up the phone with Sarafal's number on it. Begrudgingly called their older sister. Backquote. 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 Hour later. Naruto found himself sitting in the family room with Rias, Sona, Tsubaki, Akeno, Kuroka, and Itachi. In front of them were Sirzex, Sarafal, Esteth, and Grafia. Shuri came in and dropped some tea off not too long ago for everyone. Naruto was informed quickly once Akeno and Itachi got the information needed from their guests. Now Sirzex had a find on his chin and nodded his head at the situation. I see, so we have Gasper Vladi and Valerie Teps from the Teps faction. They escaped and the Teps faction have been on the chase to bring them back. Horrible, the two were basically imprisoned ever since they could be conscious of the world. Sarafal said with an upset look on her face. But that doesn't excuse what he did. Grafia looked to Naruto hoping he knew what he just did. This could cause tensions between the devils and the vampires, mainly the Teps faction. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Look, they looked like they needed help. I'd feel wrong if I didn't get involved, plus it was in our territory anyways. Even still, this could cause a lot of tensions and problems for Sarafal-sama and Sirzex-sama, Naruto. Remember, the strong survive, the weak perish. Esteth berated Naruto for the moment, but she then relented and smiled. However, they were strong enough to get away and lasted long enough until they got help. Grafia sent an annoyed glare to Esteth. As the advisors to the Maos, we should be impartial. You know that better than anyone, Esteth. We need to look at it from the bigger picture. Esteth sighed and rolled her eyes. You're too uptight, Grafia. Besides, he isn't wrong. This situation was in our territory. Besides, he's my student along with Sona. Course I'm going to favor them. They're my adorable students after all. Naruto and Sona blushed from Esteth's praise. She trained them in their magic. For Sona in her fighting style with rapiers. Sarafal with a bright smile said, as much as I want to agree and dote on Naruto-tan and Sona-tan. Though Sarafal then turned to a worried look on her face, I am concerned on our relations. Valerie is the daughter of King Teps. This puts us in a very difficult position, especially with him. They aren't going to be happy about this, which reminds me. Akeno, Itachi, you didn't hurt the two too much, did you? Sirzex asked looking to the two. Itachi shook his head. No, I simply used a mind control spell to make mine tell the truth. Akeno giggled. I was told to simply interrogate them, that's what I did. Of course, I didn't harm them, just harmed them mentally. Akeno looked to Naruto and gave him a wink, which caused a shiver to run down Naruto's back. Itachi raised an eyebrow. You mean by overloading their senses with lighting magic causing everything they do to cause them to orgasm? The room went silent. Moving on, Sona asked as she had a bright blush on her face. Rias chooses such strange peerage members. If I remember from history from Okaz-san, doesn't the Teps faction have qualms with the Carmilla faction of vampires? Naruto asked, to which everyone nodded their heads. Besides, half-breeds are hated upon anyways, why would they keep Gasper and Valerie there? Gasper was the name of the boy who was protected by Valerie. Sirzex sighed as he placed a hand on his forehead and rubbed it to the back of his head. It's not that simply, Naruto. Valerie is the daughter of King Teps, more specifically Vlad Teps. Sona looked to Naruto, unsure of what to do for Naruto. She loves him dearly, but this was something she didn't know how to respond nor help Naruto. The one thing I can see Teps-sama is doing is a summons for you. Probably one of the Maos as well. This could be a faction problem. Just then from the doors there is a knock. Everyone turned their heads, and Tsubaki walked over to open the doors. Once opened, everyone saw Valerie and Gasper come walking in. Sarafal and Sirzex smiled. Ah, it's good to see you two all right and moving around. Might I ask for your names? Gasper, who was quite scared and worried, hid behind Valerie. My name is G. Gasper. Ah, all these people in here makes it scary. Then Valerie walked up and bowed to Sirzex and Sarafal. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Valerie Teps. My best friend here is Gasper Vladi. I just want to thank you for saving us. Valerie looked over to Naruto and gave another bow. Thank you for saving me, Naruto-sama. I hope you take good care of me. Naruto walked over to Valerie and Gasper with a smile on his face. Sona and Rias let a smile out. Rias placed a hand on her hip. Naruto was going to do the old Naruto meet and greet. Naruto placed a hand on Valerie's head and one on Gasper. Naruto chuckled. No need to be so formal there, Valerie. Naruto is just fine. But I am glad nonetheless you're up and moving around. Valerie looked up to Naruto rather surprised because she has heard things about devils. Oh, yeah, I'm glad to be with you. Gasper looked to Naruto surprised as well. I'm shocked. Aren't devils supposed to be super mean and scary? Gasper. Valerie shot back to Gasper. Just then Sarafal let out a squeal causing everyone to turn to her. Sarafal flew over to Gasper and placed 2 hands on his cheek. Oh, the mouse. You are so adorable. Though Sarafal paused as she took almost the appearance of a chibi version of herself, placing a hand behind her head. Of course not adorable as my Satan and Naruto, but still adorable. Sarafal then reverted back to normal, placing her hands on his cheeks. Ah, crazy lady. Gasper turned into bats momentarily and then reformed and began to run around. Valerie, Naruto, and the others watched as Sarafal began to chase Gasper around the room. Death sighed as she walked over and grabbed Sarafal by the scruff of her outfit. Sarafal-sama were in the middle of an important meeting. Please act like the proper Mao you are. Sarafal pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Meanie. I want to have more fun with Gasper. Work now, fun in the next few months. Death said, annoyed. Getting back to what we're discussing about, Valerie, I need to know what your situation is like first. Sears along with everyone else looked to Valerie to see what she was here for. Valerie had a look of rather nervousness on her face. Naruto could also see that trauma behind her face as well. Well, I am the daughter of Vlad Teps. I do not know who my birth mother was. I am a half-human, half-vampire. I recently escaped the underworld part that is currently inhabited by vampires. Me and Gasper weren't treated the best because we are half-breeds. Naruto looked to Valerie and could tell there was much more to this story. Before he could even say anything, Sears beat him to the punch. You have a sacred gear, don't you, Valerie? Valerie froze on the spot as well as Gasper's quick and sudden reaction to the question. Valerie was unsure of what to say and do. Naruto interjected and said, Valerie, I can tell you and Gasper have been through a lot. Valerie looked at Naruto rather surprised by the response. Valerie looked into Naruto's eyes, trying to see any deception in his eyes. Like they always say, the eyes are the gateway to one's soul. It seems you two have been through a lot of rough times. Not only that, but it's not like the vampires hide their disdain for half-breeds either. Naruto walked over to Gasper and Valerie. Rias walked over next to Naruto and smiled. We are not most other devils. We don't mistreat our devil servants nor people who are of different status than us. Rias walked in front of the still afraid Gasper. She gently reached out and placed a hand on his head. We are not like the others, I can promise you that much. Naruto turned to Itachi as he nodded. Itachi walked off and soon came back with more people. Gasper and Valerie saw Sharon, Kiba, and Kuroka. We haven't gotten many more members yet, but Onisama has gotten more than us. Sona spoke up as she gestured to Tsubaki. This is Tsubaki. She was a human but is my best friend and queen. Tsubaki bowed. Sona-sama and Naruto-sama have treated me very well. I am fortunate to be in their care. Akano giggled as she waved. My name is Akano. Rias is queen. I'm happy where I am at too. Of course, I have to thank my hero for saving me and my Ka-san. Akano then moved over next to Naruto as she wrapped her arms around his back. She then leaned in and began to nibble on his ear. Naruto blushed while Rias and Sona looked onwards in annoyance. Akano. What are you doing? Akano then traced her finger down Naruto's chest as Sarafal stood up. Mo. How dare you, Akano? I won't let you steal Naruto from me. Hey, Naruto is my fiancé. If you think I'm letting you get a leg up on me, you're wrong, Akano. Rias shouted as she ran towards Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck. She purposely pushed her chest up against his, causing Naruto to get a full view of her impressive bust. Oi, Rias, hold up, we're in the middle of. Naruto got cut off again once Kuroka jumped on top of him. Kuroka's bust fell on top of Naruto's head, NYA. If you think you're going to beat me to Taiko's heart, you got another thing coming and it's me. Valerie and Gasper looked at Naruto rather surprised by how everyone acted. Just then Sona said, "You three need to get off Onisama right now." Sona ran into the group trying to get the girls off of Naruto. Sona was by far not as strong as the other girls. However, her tendency to always want to protect her brother by far outmatched everyone else. Sona was able to grapple Naruto away from the girls. Though Sona didn't pay attention to where she was going, her foot tripped on the rug beneath that seemed to be pushed up. Naruto and Sona soon fell to the ground. Naruto was on his back with Sona on top. Everyone looked on in shock. "Ow. That hurt," Sona said out loud. She slowly opened her eyes. Naruto did the same after his head slammed against the floor. He opened his eyes as he found Sona straddling him. Sona looked onwards in embarrassment and quickly got off of Naruto. "Oh my. So tan, so bold." Sarafal walked up as she placed a hand on Sona's shoulder. "It's okay, don't hide your feelings so much. We both know you love Naruto. We both want to be with him forever and ever." Naruto slowly sat up and looked at Sarafal with an impassive look on his face. "Onisama, no, never in a million years." Sarafal smirked. "Oh, but that's easily enough time for us. So you will give us a chance?" Sona growled out. "No. Onisama, no. Onisama is my Onisama. Something like this is not right." Sarafal placed a finger up and smiled saying, "Technically incest isn't completely outlawed by us. Not normal by any means, but it's spicy." Sona and Naruto both looked to Sarafal and screamed, "No." This caused Sarafal to look down dejected and sad. Valerie deadpanned, "Why are you sad about it? Why do you even want that?" Valerie did not understand it, but it was safe to say this group was rather strange and funny. Valerie walked over to Naruto and Sona and smiled. "It seems your group is definitely rather different from normal devils, as you have not already scorned or hated us for being half-breeds." Itachi walked up and smiled. "Just so you know, I'm a half-breed devil. So you're not the only half-breed here that was taken in by Naruto-sama." Itachi joked as he turned to Naruto, who gave him an annoyed look. Classic Naruto still hates people giving him the suffix of sama or even san. "I see. Well, what do you think, Gasper? I think we'll be okay here with them." Valerie looked to them with a hopeful look on her face. "It seems this is the best place for us to be at." Valerie gave Naruto a bow. "I look forward to working under you, Naruto-sama." Naruto chuckled as he walked over. "Please, no need for the sama part, just call me Naruto." "Oh, Taicho also works. Naruto is like our captain even though he's our king NYA." Kuroka grinned as she raised and waved her hands in the air. Naruto deadpanned even more as he looked to Kuroka. "Why Taicho? I don't get it." "It's simple, you kinda command us like we're teammates. You never demand us to do things, you more command." Sharon answered, to which Naruto understood it along with everything else. "We're all getting a little sidetracked, but we do need to talk." Valerie, Naruto, Sirzex gained everyone's attention. "Now we need to get an idea of what we need to do with the Teps faction." Just then a magic circle appeared as everyone turned to see Behemoth in the room. Sarafal waved. "Behemoth, glad you're here. What's up?" Behemoth frowned and sighed. "I just got word from the Teps faction. They've learned of what just happened. King Teps, Vlad Teps specifically, he wants to talk to Naruto." Behemoth walked over and placed a flat round piece of metal onto the coffee table. "I should say now too." Everyone looked at the circular device as it activated. Soon an old man with black hair, with gray on the sides, wearing a large black cape appeared. He had blood-red eyes, and he wore a black suit with a white ascot. He looked down and saw everyone, him Sirzex Dono and Sarafal Dono. Vlad then looked over to see Valerie along with Gasper, Valerie. Vlad then looked down to Naruto, who stood next to Valerie. He seemingly narrowed his eyes. "It seems we have much to discuss in terms of Valerie here." Naruto looked up to the old vampire with a stern look on his face. Naruto looked to Sirzex and Sarafal, and they could tell. Without Naruto even needing to say anything, it was quite clear he would not give Valerie up that easily. It seems like they have a long night ahead of them. Naruto looked to Vlad Teps, looking at him rather sternly. So, that's why you and the Carmilla faction are at war. Even then, so, your reasons are your own, and we have no say in what you do. However, Valerie and Gasper came to us, asked for help, and I did what was right. What the devils as a faction of the underworld did was not part of this. I find it rather hard to believe coming from a mere child. Vlad had a very stern look on his face. Naruto returned with an annoyed glare. You mean the child who did the one right thing her own father failed to do? Naruto! Valerie shouted, wanting Naruto to stop. Just then a hand went in front of Valerie, stopping him. Rias looked to her and smiled. Whether things go well or not, there is nothing you can do. Rias looked onwards at Naruto and smiled. Naruto is doing his duty as your king. As your leader. Valerie turned to see Kuroka smiling while looking at Naruto. This is why Sharon, Itachi, and I follow Taicho. He's doing all this for you. I understand you don't want harm to befall him or any of us. He has already acted. Not only that, but he is the next leader of our house. Sona added while fixing her glasses to her face. This is his choice. He decided to help you. Whether the outcome is positive or not, is all on him. So please, do not make what Onisama did for you in vain. Vlad, continuing to frown, looked to Naruto with an upset look on his face. Vlad looked to someone over on his end and gestured to them. You've really got a lot of gall to talk to me like that. My daughter along with this vampire is of no concern to a mere devil. Boy, you are to return Valerie to me. She is my daughter, not your mere devil servant. Just then another person came into the picture, and he looked very similar to Vlad. However, he was much younger, and seemed to be quite strong himself. That is my sister you have there. You are to return her to me. She's part of my family, not yours. Otu-sama, you better bring her home. I demand she is brought back. The boy glared at Naruto, and Naruto could sense a lot of the father's decisions were based on what he said. Naruto knew who he was. Marius Teps, what unfortunate way of meeting you. Naruto could tell Marius did not like him. The feeling was mutual. Vlad looked to his son, letting him learn to practice being the leader. Watch your tongue, you lowly devil. Sheesh, I can't believe you took my sister from me. Naruto continued to stay silent as the idiot talked. She doesn't belong to you, and she doesn't belong being with a bunch of devils. Naruto looked at Vlad, seeing an unsure look on his face, but Vlad continued to support his son. Of course, it was the bias of being pure-blooded and firstborn. It was very clear who was pulling the strings. Vlad was merely following. Naruto smiled. He had an idea. He figured he could play Marius. He seemed proud, very proud of being a pureblood vampire. Maybe he could play him. Just so you know, I don't believe anyone should own anyone. She's your sister, she's family, regardless of her blood. I'd love my sister regardless of if she was a half-breed devil or not one at all. Naruto lifted his fist up. Family is not the blood that ties you, family is who thinks about you and cares for you. That's where also home is. It's clear that you do not care for her. You merely care something else, which honestly isn't a surprise. Marius' eyes widened in shock along with Vlad. Marius looked at Valerie. You told them you had a sacred gear. How dare you? When you get back here all. Naruto stood in between him and Valerie. Naruto turned to Valerie and smiled. Valerie said no such thing. Actually, you just revealed it yourself. Marius glared at Naruto angrily. Sirzex and Sarafal had a neutral look on their face. However, the two were grinning internally. Naruto was tricky and sly. He was playing Marius like a fiddle. Valerie, I want to know, directly from you. Do you want to go back to them? Or would you rather stay here? Naruto ended it there, gave her no more sway of what he could offer her. He wanted her to make this decision on her own. Sarafal and Zeoticus could see what Naruto was doing. He was riling Marius up. It's clear that the next upcoming leader of the Teps faction is incompetent. Not Vlad, but Marius. It's clear Vlad is trying to train Marius to be the next head of the Teps faction. There is belief within the devils of wanting to have nothing to do with factions who are weak. Naruto was playing it smart, very smart, and doing in a way it's easy to get other devils to rally behind Naruto. If anything drastic were to happen, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Wakai Oji, you're playing Marius like a completely and utter fool, the strong live while the weak perish. Behemoth smiled looking at Naruto. It seems Naruto-sama has gotten smarter and wiser. Hitting a sore spot on Marius and causing him to act irrationally. Valerie without much hesitation pushed her face into Naruto's chest. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around Valerie, keeping her close. Naruto turned around to Marius and frowned. If you and your people so much as think of laying a hand on Valerie, try to take her away, there'll be a huge problem. But I have an easier way of settling things if you really hate me this much. What's that? What makes you so much better than Heir Sitri boy? Marius was livid, angry, and ready to be manipulated. Hook, line and sinker. Itachi thought to himself, seeing Marius take the bait very quickly. Valerie, if you care for her as much as you make it out to seem, wouldn't you, as her Oni-sama, as her leader, want what's best for her? Naruto gently released Valerie so she could walk over back towards the others. Naruto turned back to Marius and smiled to him. Besides, Valerie is truly of no use anyways to you. So far, after I took her in and met her, now as for you guys. I understand you're in a civil war with the Carmilla faction, correct? Marius growled out angrily. What of it? Simple. Why would you need someone like Valerie who's so far? From what I've found out from her, can cast basic magic spells. She isn't as physically strong as most male vampires, just like you of course. Indeed, she is far inferior of my power, and is weaker than most other vampires. Marius placed his hand on his lower lip, seeing that Naruto was making sense. Naruto was amping up Marius's ego to make it look like that believed that they didn't need Valerie. With that said, then why would you need of her strength? She's simply a vampire with some magic. I'm sure there are more competent vampire mages, right? Marius, feeling his ego boosted up and seeing that the Sitri boy was now beginning to realize his greatness. Well, you make a valid point there, honestly. Gasper and her haven't really done much but take up space and eat our food. Not once has either of them actually showed any real latent abilities or powers that could prove useful to us. Vlad scratched his chin at this. The Sitri boy made a point. As of now, Valerie and Gasper has shown nothing that could benefit them. They were in a civil war, and they need competent vampires to actually fight. Alright, fine. You made your point. Enjoy having weaklings as part of your peerage. Valerie, Gasper, you two are hereby banished from the Teps faction in our house. Never contact nor come to us again. Marius in his pride hung the call, ending things. There was silence in the room as everyone looked at one another. Naruto smirked and then he let out a raspberry. Well, I'd like to think that went pretty damn well. Searsex chuckled as stood up from his seat. Naruto Sitri, I must admit, you did a great job in dealing with the Teps faction. Using the ego of the self-entitled brat Marius was genius. Death smirked looking at Naruto. I'm sure you'll train Valerie well. Of course, I think she has a lot of potential after all. Also, Naruto turned to Valerie. I hope you don't take what I said back there to heart. I think you're very capable, Valerie. You'll just need some time to adjust is all. Valerie smiled as some tears ran down her cheeks. Thank you so much, Naruto. I don't know how else to thank you. Valerie looked down with a smile on her face. I never would have imagined that it was that easy to free me, to free us. Valerie looked to Gasper. I don't entirely know what's going on, but it beats having to go back there. Gasper hid behind the couch even more so. It's scary there anyways, it's not as bad here though. Naruto walked over and placed a hand on Valerie's head. Don't worry about it, when you two needed help I did so. Now as your king, I promise to do my best for you when you need it too. I think it'll be good for you, Valerie. Why yeah, thanks, I can't wait, thank you for having me. Valerie finished as the tears stopped coming from her eyes. As she then smiled to Naruto, thankful for helping her out. Valerie also now wondered if it was possible for her to maybe go see where her mother is. She never knew who she was, but now she wondered if she could go find her. Well done, Oni-sama, you did great. Sona smiled as she walked up to Naruto. Thanks, Sona. I did what I could to get them to release them without a fight. It seems I was able to fool them easily. Amazing as always, Akano chimed in. Smart plays, Sharon added as she ate some snacks she had in her hand. Cunning as always, Taicho, Kuroka cheered as she grabbed Naruto's left arm, pulling it into her bountiful chest. Hey, I try, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Just then Sarafal screamed out, Kya! That was amazing, Naruto. Sarafal flew over, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck and spun around. It was so cool how you played Marius with your words. It was so cunning to do so. I'm so proud of you. Sarafal tried to begin kissing Naruto on the face. Sama, come on, you need to stop doing this. Naruto quickly slipped out of her grip, causing Sarafal to pout as she crossed her arms over her chest. Let Ne-chan praise you. Sarafal began to run after Naruto. No. Oni-sama, leave Oni-sama alone. Sona jumped into the fray, trying to save her big brother. Rias chuckled watching the scene. Some things never change. Rias then looked over to Gasper and Valerie, who were talking. She decided to walk over and sit next to them. So, what's your plan, Gasper? Now that Valerie is a part of Naruto's peerage. New people. Gasper began to panic a bit. Valerie placed a hand on his head. Come on, Gasper, like we talked about. Need to have more confidence in yourself and be willing to meet new people. Rias giggled seeing Gasper act this way. Aren't you just adorable, Gasper? Ya know. I was curious, you seem like a fun person to have in the peerage. I was wondering if you'd like to join mine. Like how Valerie joined Naruto's. Gasper was unsure as he looked up to Valerie, and she replied with, That's up to you, Gasper, if you're worried about not ever seeing me. I think they all live here together, right? Yes, we all live under the same roof, so if you ever want to see Valerie, you may do so whenever you wish. We're all happy living here together, and it's certainly never boring either. Gasper smiled at the prospect of this opportunity. Rias gently placed a pay on his head. It's your choice, I won't force you, but I'd think you'd make an excellent member for my peerage. I'll think about it. Gasper replied, to which Rias smiled and nodded her head, accepting his answer. Backquote. 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 Few hours later. Once the Maos returned to their regular duties, the girls found themselves in the living room. Shuri was placing down some snacks and tea for everyone. So, tell us, Valerie, what do you think of everything so far? Rias asked as she thanked Shuri for the tea and snacks. Well, it's not bad so far. It's nice having a decently sized room. Valerie replied, looking towards the girls. I'm also surprised how much you girls get along. The girls back in the Teps faction are always on edge. It's always constant competition to get Marius's attention. I don't really like him. He seems like a really spoiled brat. Kuroka added as she took a bite of a cookie. Yeah, and a pervert. Sharon added while nibbling on a cookie. Valerie chuckled as she scratched her cheek. Well, he does certainly enjoy his time with the girls. Of course, he doesn't even have a betrothed, but he does the things with girls in his room a lot. Well, I'm glad you don't have to be there anymore. Sona added, to which everyone looked at her. Pretty sure I'd kill Onisama if he even thought of being a playboy like that. What about having a harem though? Everyone looked over to see Akano suggesting said idea. The only one who didn't react and just sighed even harder was Tsubaki. Tsubaki was always reserved and enjoyed being in everyone's presence at times. However, it becomes to be too much when stuff like this is brought up. No, I want Naruto all for myself. He's my fiancé. Rias immediately argued outwards. I don't mind, as long as I get to be his mistress. Akano added. Valerie was surprised. If you think you'll get to steal Taicho's first time, you're sadly mistaken. After I get little kittens from him. Kuroka then said, of course, once I get some kittens, if you want a shot go right ahead. Sharon decided to stay quiet in this. Sona grew annoyed at the topic of conversation. Why did it always have to go to her older brother? Tsubaki placed a hand on her king's shoulder and shook her head. No. Tsubaki was really trying to help her king save face. Naruto is mine. I'm his fiancé. I get his first time, and I'm not sharing. Rias argued back. Like I said, I don't care. as long as I get to be his mistress. That means no Mistress Akano. Oh phooey. No fun at all Rias. I said I'm fine with it, as long as I get his first time and I get kittens from this. Kuroka fired back again, it's as long as I get kittens, then you can do what you want with him. No, that's not how this works. Rias argued back glaring at Tsubaki. So, is this a normal thing? Valerie chuckled looking towards Sona and Tsubaki recognizing they're the more normal ones of the group. As sad as it is, it is. Sona sighed as she looked at the girls annoyed. Sona decided to just take her queen's advice and stay out of this. Sona began to take a sip from her tea until Kuroka said, "Wait, let's not forget our Brona." Kuroka piped up causing Sona to spit her tea out of her mouth in shock. What? No. Kuroka, how many times do I need to tell you? I don't see Oni-sama like that. Sona glared at Sona as Kuroka simply giggled. Come on Brona, we know you want to get it on with Taicho just like Sarafal-sama. Kuroka joked causing Sona to get angrier at the Nekomata. Hell no, you are not calling me that. Sona stood up raging as she stomped over to Kuroka. Brona. I like that, I think I'll be calling you that for now on. Kuroka hummed happily, she finally got her jab in at Sona for the day. Arrrrggg. Stupid cat, I'm gonna kill you. Tsubaki and Valerie stared at Sona now going off on Kuroka joining the others in the bickering. I stand corrected, it's just you, isn't it? Indeed, Tsubaki answered back. Backquote. 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 Time skip 3 weeks later. Valerie was integrated into Kuo Academy, finding out that she was in the middle school level. Which still Naruto was by himself suffering in the school as the only male. Okay, maybe he wasn't suffering as much. Hasegawa has been doing her best to help mitigate the girls from hounding Naruto and digging their claw in him. Though it was kinda funny, Naruto somehow always found himself by himself. Somehow the girls would always lose Naruto and Naruto would find himself alone. That meant it was easy for the girls to crowd him and try asking him out. Naruto would always count his lucky stars though, Hasegawa always seemed to be around the corner for him. Naruto sighed as he looked to Chisato, thanks again Hasegawa-sensei, you always seem to know where I am. Chisato giggled, well the school is not as big as you make it out to be. Not only that, but it's hard to miss the voices of girls getting all excited. Chisato walked with Naruto towards her class, and Chisato noticed the smile on his face. Chisato decided to tease Naruto, Shitori-san, if I didn't know any better. I feel as if you do this to yourself all the time just so I can come rescue you. Naruto chuckled at the hoke as he shook his head, not really, but it's kinda of hard to deal with all those girls. Not that I can't defend myself, just if I were to try to do anything. I'd feel like I'd be made out to be the bad guy. Chivalrous, not a common thing anymore. But do what you can to care for yourself, last we need is to find you without clothing in school. Well, let's just hope it doesn't come to that. But I'd be wrong if I said it's nice getting back up when I need it. Naruto frowned, I'm the only guy in the school, I thought my friend Itachi would be joining me here. But you found out he was younger than you by a year, huh? Chisato had a small giggle on her face to which Naruto nodded his head in response. Yeah. Nothing much you can do about that. Chisato looked to Naruto, and she internally smiled, I should be careful how close I'm getting to the boy. He may be a joy to be around, and rather charismatic. But I should be careful about it, but I'll continue to observe him for now. Just curious, as your teacher, what things do you like to do after school? I like to work out when I get chances. I enjoy keeping myself strong and healthy, that way I can remain strong. Oh, why do you need to be strong? So, I can protect the ones I care about. You fight. No, not really, but I've had times where people I've cared about have gotten hurt. It has been by other people. So, I figured if I could stay strong and be strong, I'd be able to protect the ones I care about. That way they won't ever get hurt again. I see. I won't pry as to why you fight, but I'm sure you have your reason. You seem like a smart boy with a good head on your shoulder. Thanks, it means a lot Hasegawa-sensei. Don't mention it, it's nice getting to know your students. Though I am curious, what type of life are you thinking for yourself for the future? I've never really thought about it too much. I have thought of taking over my father's family business mainly. We oversee hospitals and make sure they're in top working order condition. We're not doctors, but we just make sure they stay up and running and people can be treated and stay healthy. I see, it's a good job to go into. The two continued to walk a bit more just until they reached the classroom door. It's my planning period for now, so I don't have much going on. Though, don't you have class? Naruto shrugged it off. No, got lunch for now, but I already ate. Besides, I needed some alone time from the girls. I see, trouble in paradise. Naruto and Chisato walked in, as she took a seat behind her desk to work. Naruto sat down at a desk and leaned on it and looked at Chisato. No, not really, sometimes the girls can be a bit much. But that's because they can be overbearing in the way they act. I see, but it's not hard to see that those girls like you, Shitori-san. Yeah, I know, it's hard, ya know. Rias is great, pretty, outgoing, mature, and more. Akano has that same thing too, but she can be, what's the word, extraordinary, making her alluring. Then Kuroka, she's constantly there for me and is always willing to help. It's not easy to not like her, she's so kind and caring. She might not look like it, but she's a great cook and massager. Naruto smiled thinking back to when she offered for the first time to rub his back. The girls are really great, just don't know how to handle them sometimes. Oh, what is it to be young and in love? Chisato giggled thinking about the idea of love. You can't be that old, Hasegawa-sensei. I know, I'm just talking, I'm only 28 years old. Chisato lied, of course, but it's the age her body had and went with. I see, well, I'll have to figure out as time goes on. Naruto leaned back as he placed both hands behind his head and closed his eyes. You're an interesting young man, Shitori-san. If I was about 13 years younger, I think you'd be an interesting man to go for. Chisato finished as she began to grade some papers that she had to do. Naruto opened an eye to look at Chisato. He had a blush on his face from her comment. He had to admit, Chisato's beauty definitely competed against many girls he knew. Rias, Akano, Kuroka, and now even Valerie. Many devils consider his older sister Sarafal to be the most beautiful devil in the underworld, with Graphia in second rivaling hers. Do you have anyone you're seeing, sensei? No, been too busy to really find someone. Chisato looked up from her paper and smirked. Why, you ask? You trying to ask me out on a date, Shitori-san? No. I mean, not that I wouldn't if we were the proper age. A man, no way of saying this right. But yes, if I was around your age or the other way around, yes I would. Naruto blushed, but he didn't mind admitting this to Chisato. She was an adult that he felt like he could trust. Chisato knew Naruto was a devil, so she decided to make a move to see what would happen. Chisato said, yeah, well, I have been rather busy and it'd be nice to do stuff like that. Chisato closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, but alas, not all wishes or dreams like that come true, nor make it easy. Wishes? Wait, are pacts, right? Naruto remembered the pacts that they go on. Naruto could reveal to Chisato that he is a devil, that he does stuff like that to answer said wishes, as long as they're within reason. Naruto stood up and curiously wondered, looking at Chisato, and then he decided to go for it. Sensei. Chisato opened her eyes and looked to Naruto. What's up, Shitori-san? Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. My real name isn't Shitori-sensei, it's Sitri. I figured maybe this can work between us. Wait, Sitri is your real name? Work out between us? Are you really trying to ask me out? Chisato did a great job playing coy and ignorant of the supernatural world. This really got Naruto going as his face turned bright red. The shade of red could put Rias's hair to shame, and no. I meant as it if you have desires and wishes you want granted, I can help make some of those come true. Chisato raised an eyebrow. Naruto had two devil wings appear out his back. I am Naruto Sitri, heir of the Sitri clan. We are devils, and if you have dreams and desires you want granted, I can fulfill some of those, of course for a price. Oh my, so you want my soul in return? Chisato looked to Naruto surprised, wondering if he would actually want her soul. Well, no. Devils don't do that anymore. Can't make pacts and stuff if we basically kill our client. Naruto looked at Chisato, worried she might judge him for being a devil. Of course, if this is too much I can erase your memory of this. I thought you seemed mature and mentally strong enough to handle news like this. Chisato giggled and appreciated the compliment. I see, it is rather unique, but you proved you are said devil. Though not as what I imagine devils to look like, more red skin, horns, spiked black tail, and a pitchfork. Naruto chuckled at Chisato's explanation, but I think I'm fine with this alternative. Nice to know that my devils are as handsome as you are. Naruto felt his heart pick up and he felt his face heat up. He hasn't felt like this since he met Yugito so many years ago in his other life. I see. Thanks for the compliment, but what do you say? You interested in a pact between us? I'll personally do the pacts for you. Chisato found Naruto interesting now and was already interested in him beforehand. His reaction was so cute and adorable, she could tell his growing body was reacting to hers. Well then, I think this is the start of a beautiful relationship between us. Backquote. 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 Time skip couple days later, night, abandoned hospital. Naruto was standing outside of the abandoned hospital of Kuo. Currently they are on a mission from Searsex of a stray devil. Apparently this devil was also part vampire and turned majority of the patients and nurses into ghouls. So, currently Itachi, Valerie, Kuroka, and Sharon were clearing the place out. It took a moment, but quickly was a smash of the window as a body fell to the ground. Naruto looked down at the beaten stray vampire on the ground. Naruto then looked up to see Itachi, Valerie, Sharon, and Kuroka land in front of him. Naruto stuck his hand out. Descarthen, you who betrayed your master and killed him. As the heir to the Sitri clan, rank prince. I Naruto Sitri will eliminate you for your crimes, now die. Black Zero Prison, Naruto chanted as black ice formed around the vampire. Then the spell shattered as the creature died instantly. All ghouls taken out and eliminated. Kuroka answered, to which Naruto looked back to her. Valerie performed admirably. She's still green, but performed well. Itachi then answered after Kuroka went. Good job, we'll have the other devils clean this place up. Good job everyone, let's go home. Naruto and the others began to leave. Wait a moment, everyone stopped and turned to see who was the one who spoke up. She had long gray hair that reached down to her back. She was tall, slim woman with a black eye patch which she wears under her glasses. Naruto and the others raised an eyebrow as the lady walked up to him. The woman reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a cigar. Just then a black shadow mass appeared next to her. It lit a lighter for her and lit the cigar and receded back into her shadow. Please do not worry yourself, I know of who you are, devils. My name is Sir Integral Fairbrook Winget's Helsing. I am the head leader of the Helsing organization. We are the monsters that are here to beat the monsters. The now named Integral smiled as she looked at Naruto taking a puff from her cigar. I've heard of you, a bit ironic that you come to me. As if you were seeking me out. Naruto narrowed his eyes to her. The devils are quite familiar with the Helsing organization that operates in the human world. Integra smiled as she held her between her two fingers in her right hand. Indeed, you're right on that aspect, but please be at ease. I am not here to fight nor start a battle with you. In fact, I've come here to meet with you with a proposition. Naruto signaled for his peerage members to relax, which they relaxed their battle-ready stance. Go on. Wonderful. Now, if you be so kind, police girl. As Integra commanded, as an attractive young woman with blonde hair cut into a flare cut and red eyes appeared next to her. Yes, my master. Sarah's answered, standing next to Integra. Where is he? I thought he said he'd be out for a walk. Any word from him? He should be here any. Sarah's was cut off as the sound of footsteps became apparent in the area. Everyone looked towards the source as a man of tall stature came walking up to them. A tall, long-limbed, broad-shouldered adult man of indeterminate but reasonably young age, as is commonly seen among vampires. The man possesses blood-red eyes, which may glow when he is experiencing strong emotions. A charcoal suit with pink buttons, leather riding boots, and an intricately knotted red cravat, covered by a full-length, red frock long coat with shoulder ruffles and cape. He also wears a wide, floppy-brimmed red fedora and a pair of circular, heavily tinted, wire-framed pink sunglasses with red goggle sidings. He walked over to Integra ignoring Naruto and his peerage. "Sir Integra, my master, how may I serve you this evening?" The being stated with a chilling yet calm and collected voice. "At ease, Alucard, they aren't our enemies, in fact they're going to your allies very soon." Integra answered her servant's question as Integra took a puff of her cigar. The now named Alucard stood back up and turned over to Naruto and the others. He smirked. Well, what do we have here? A ragtag group of misfits and a devil from legs of Heir Sitri. I suppose it could be worse. You could be Nazis." Integra shot a sharp glance at Alucard, her eyes narrowing. "Mind your tongue, Alucard. Heir Sitri is one of my dearest friends. If you can't show some respect, at least refrain from insulting our allies." Alucard raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "Well, isn't this interesting? The great Sir Integra with friends in high, or rather, infernal places. Very well, master, I'll behave. For now." Before the tension could escalate, Sarah stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. Master, Sir Integra, perhaps we should focus on the task at hand. After all, we're all here to work together, right?" She looked between Integra and Alucard, hoping to defuse the situation. "We have more important things to worry about than old grudges or misunderstandings." Naruto and the others were rather shocked to hear this, looks at Integra with more questions. "All right then, it's clear that you knew my Okaz-san, but what do you need?" Integra smiled looking at Naruto. "As you can see, I have grown old and frail, and I've not long for this world anymore." Alucard looked back to his master. "You know I could turn you, my master, that way you could become immortal, and be my countess." "No, I am but a mere mortal, a human, and I must go at some time. But I made sure to look out for you too, so you two have someone new to call master." Integra pointed at Naruto. "That's you, Sitri boy, you are going to be the next head, correct?" "Yes, I am." "Then good. Now I must ask, how is Mira doing?" "Still causing more trouble than she's worth, I imagine." Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "How do you know my mother so well?" Integra chuckled, taking another puff of her cigar. "Mira and I go way back. It's quite the story. You see, during my younger years, the supernatural world was a lot more chaotic. I was sent on a mission to investigate a disturbance in a remote part of Europe. It turned out to be a rogue vampire causing havoc. I was fully prepared to deal with the threat, but Mira got there first." Integra took a pause, reminiscing about the good old days. She was on a mission of her own, hunting down the same vampire for reasons tied to the Sitri clan. "We had a bit of a disagreement on who had the right to take him down. Let's just say, sparks flew. But after we dealt with the vampire, we found ourselves in an unlikely partnership. Mira and I kept in touch, helping each other out whenever the supernatural got too messy. Despite our differences, her being a devil and me a human, we forged a bond through mutual respect and, dare I say, friendship. We kept our alliance secret to avoid political complications. Mira is one of the few beings I trust implicitly. She's saved my life more than once, and I've done the same for her. So, Naruto, if you're half the person your mother is, I have no doubt you'll make an excellent head of the Sitri clan. As well as a great master for Sarah's and Alucard." Naruto listened intently, a newfound respect for Integra reflecting in his eyes. "Thank you, Integra. It means a lot to hear that from you." Alucard's smirk returned as he eyed Naruto. "So, Sitri boy, you think you can fill your mother's shoes? Or should I say, her heels?" Naruto shot a glare back at Alucard. "And you think you can keep up with someone who's not bound by ancient relics and old grudges? Or do you prefer hiding behind your master's skirts?" Alucard's eyes gleamed with amusement, his grin widening. "Feisty, aren't we? I do enjoy being a spirited youngster. Let's see if you have the bite to match that bark." Before the tension could escalate further, Sarah's quickly stepped between them. "All right, enough. We're supposed to be allies here. Master, Naruto, we need to focus on the bigger picture. We're all on the same side, remember?" She turned to Alucard, her expression firm. "Master, You know better than to antagonize our allies. Then she looked at Naruto, her tone softening. And Naruto, we need to work together. Let's not start off on the wrong foot. Alucard chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Very well, police girl. I'll play nice, for now. Naruto nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Fine, let's get back to the matter at hand. We have more important things to deal with than trading insults. Integra only giggled. Quite the fisty child you are, Naruto. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your mother was quite fisty like I was, and we trade quick and quip insults at one another. She took another long puff of her cigar, the smoke curling around her as she regarded Naruto with a serious expression. Now, on to more pressing matters. Naruto, as you are to be the next head of the Sitri clan, it's time I pass on a legacy that has been part of the Hellsing organization for generations. Naruto looked at her, curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. I never had any of my own. I can't pass this legacy on to anyone. I deem you worthy of such trust. Integra turned to face Alucard and Ceres, her demeanor becoming even more solemn. Alucard, Ceres, it's time. As my last act as your master, I hereby transfer command of you both to Naruto Sitri. Alucard raised an eyebrow, his usual smirk fading as he listened intently. Ceres looked surprised but nodded, understanding the gravity of the moment. Integra, how does this work exactly? Naruto asked, feeling the weight of the situation. Integra took a small, ornate box from her coat pocket. Opening it, she revealed an ancient, silver cross encrusted with red and blue gems. This cross has been the symbol of the Hellsing family's pact with Alucard. It signifies the bond between master and servant, binding the vampire to the will of the Hellsing heir. She handed the cross to Naruto. Take this, Naruto. By accepting it, you will take on the mantle of Alucard's and Ceres' new master. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took the cross from Integra's hand. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a surge of energy, a connection forming between him and the two vampires. Alucard stepped forward, his red eyes locking onto Naruto's. Do you understand what this means, boy? To command me is to wield immense power, but it also comes with great responsibility. Fail to control me, and you could unleash a force of unimaginable destruction. Naruto met Alucard's gaze unflinchingly. I understand. I'll do whatever it takes to uphold this responsibility. Ceres stepped forward as well, her expression serious but kind. We're here to serve, Naruto. Just remember, we're a team. We fight together. Integra continued, there is one more thing. The Hellsing family's blood has always been crucial in maintaining the control over Alucard. While you are not a Hellsing by blood, the cross will act as a restart, by linking your blood to this, anyone similar of your blood, and other down the line. This will ensure the bond remains strong between servant and master. She produced a small, ceremonial dagger. A few drops of your blood on the cross will complete the ritual. Naruto nodded, taking the dagger and making a small cut on his palm. He let a few drops of his blood fall onto the cross, the gems glowing brightly for a moment before returning to their normal state. Just then out from Naruto sees a rook and night evil piece float in the air. Soon they floated into Alucard and Ceres, but not before glowing a strange blue and red color as they merged with their respective person. Wait, what about you, Integra? I just met you and I barely know who you even are. Naruto began to walk up to her, unsure of what to do. This was all so sudden, but Naruto only trusted this was because Integra knew his mother. Integra's expression softened slightly. Naruto, with the remaining years of my life, I will act as your oracle. I'll guide you, inform you of the issues that need to be addressed, much like how you go on stray devil hunts. My knowledge and experience can still be of use, even if I'm not in the field myself. Naruto looked at her, a mix of gratitude and relief in his eyes. Thank you, Integra. That means a lot. I'll make sure to use your guidance well. Alucard chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. So, boy, you'll be hunting devil kin now, much like I hunt my own vampire kin. I wonder, will you be as ruthless and efficient as I am? Naruto smirked, meeting Alucard's gaze confidently. I'll handle it my way, Alucard. You'll see. Sarahs, sensing the tension, stepped in again. All right, enough with the banter, you two. We have a lot to prepare for. Master Naruto, we're ready when you are. Integra took a deep breath, feeling a strange mix of relief and sorrow. It is done. From this moment on, Alucard and Sarah's Victoria are bound to you, Naruto Sitri. Lead them well. Alucard bowed slightly, a rare gesture of respect. Master Naruto. Sarah's followed suit. Master Naruto. Naruto felt the weight of his new responsibility but also a sense of determination. Thank you, Integra, I won't let you down. Integra smiled, a hint of pride in her eyes. I know you won't. Now go, all of you. There's much work to be done, and our world needs protectors like never before. With that, the new bond was sealed, and a new chapter began for Naruto, Alucard, and Sarahs. Integra would continue to guide them, ensuring that her legacy and the safety of the world were maintained through the next generation. Backquote. 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 Back at the Sitri house. The Grand Sitri mansion buzzed with activity as Naruto and his newly expanded peerage returned. The luxurious estate housed not only Naruto and his peerage but also Rias, Sona, and a few others, making it a bustling hub of devil activity. Alucard, ever the agent of chaos, took one look around the mansion and immediately began sizing everyone up. Sarahs, knowing her master all too well, prepared herself for damage control. As they entered the grand hall, Alucard's eyes gleamed with mischief. Well, what do we have here? Quite the collection of misfits. I feel like I've stepped into a poorly written crossover fanfiction. Naruto rolled his eyes, already accustomed to Alucard's antics. Just try to behave, Alucard. These are my friends and allies. Alucard ignored him and zeroed in on Rias. Ah, the redhead. So, you must be Rias Ramori. I've heard about your assets. Tell me, did they distract you in battle or just everyone else? Rias' face turned red, half in embarrassment, half in annoyance. Excuse me. Akeno stepped in with a sly smile. Oh, don't mind him, Rias. He's probably just compensating for something. Alucard's grin widened. Ah, a sharp tongue. I like that, but really, compensating. My dear, if only you knew. Sarahs quickly interjected, trying to steer the conversation away from dangerous territory. Master, maybe you should try to get to know everyone before making enemies. Alucard turned his attention to Kuroka, his eyes twinkling with amusement. And you, Kuroka Tuju, a queen, I presume. How does it feel to serve under a Sitri? Quite the step down from your former lofty ambitions, isn't it? Kuroka's eyes narrowed. Careful, vampire. You may be strong, but even you can be taken down a peg. Before things could escalate, Sharon stepped in. Big sis, don't let him get to you. He's just a troll in a fancy coat. Alucard chuckled. Troll, am I? I suppose that makes you the cute little kitten. Tell me, do you still chase your tail? Kaniko's expression remained stoic, but her tail flicked in irritation. Only when I'm bored, and you're not that interesting. Naruto sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Alucard, please, can you at least try to get along? Alucard turned his gaze to Itachi Lucifuge, Naruto's 8 pawns combined into one powerful entity. And you, the brooding one. Tell me, do you ever lighten up, or is perpetual gloom part of your charm? Itachi's eyes narrowed, sharing a look with Naruto. I prefer silence over unnecessary chatter. Perhaps you could try it sometime. Valerie Teps, standing nearby, giggled. This is quite entertaining, actually. Alucard smirked. Ah, the vampire princess with a knight and bishop piece. Quite a unique twist. How's the balance of power treating you? Valerie shrugged. As long as I get to fight for my friends, I don't care what piece I am. Sarahs quickly turned to Rias, peerage, trying to smooth things over. So, Rias, tell us more about your team. I'm sure you have some interesting stories. Rias, still fuming, took a deep breath. Well, Akeno is my queen, Gasper is my bishop, and Kiba is my knight. We've had our share of adventures. Alucard's eyes twinkled with mischief again as he looked at Gasper. A vampire bishop, Tell me, do you spend more time hiding in boxes or fighting? Gasper blushed, stammering, I'm getting better at fighting, really. Kiba, trying to deflect the attention, stepped forward. And I'm Yuto Kiba, Rias Knight. Pleasure to meet you. Alucard nodded, a rare moment of civility. A knight, huh, let's hope you're better with a sword than most of the idiots I've seen. I wonder what type of other battle types you all are. Sona, standing quietly with Tsubaki, finally spoke up. And I'm Sona Sitri. This is Tsubaki, my queen. We prefer strategy over brute force. Alucard's smirk returned. Strategy, you say? We'll see how well that holds up in the chaos of battle. Tsubaki adjusted her glasses, a hint of irritation in her eyes. We're more than capable of handling chaos, thank you. Alucard leaned in closer to Tsubaki, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Capable, are you? I bet you're just a glorified secretary playing at war. Tell me, do you actually do anything useful or just take notes? Tsubaki's eyes flashed with anger, but before she could retort, Shuri Himahima stepped forward, her voice firm. That's enough, Alucard. Show some respect. Alucard turned his attention to Shuri, a mocking smile on his lips. And who are you, the housemaid? Shouldn't you be fetching tea or something? Shuri's eyes narrowed dangerously. I'm Shuri Himahima, and I've seen and done things that would make your undead head spin. If you think you can walk in here and belittle my friends and family, you've got another thing coming. I may not be a devil or a vampire, but I've taken down beings far more dangerous than you in my time. So, unless you want to find out just how sharp my tongue and my blade can be, I suggest you back off. Alucard blinked, genuinely taken aback for a moment. Then, a slow, impressed smile spread across his face. Well, color me impressed. You've got fire, lady. I think I might actually like you. Sarah's quickly stepped between them, her hands up in a placating gesture. All right, everyone, let's all just take a deep breath. We're on the same side here, remember? Naruto nodded, placing a hand on Alucard's shoulder. She's right. We need to work together. Alucard, please, try to keep the jabs to a minimum. Alucard chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. Fine, I'll behave, for now. Shuri relaxed slightly, though she kept her gaze firmly on Alucard. Good, let's keep it that way. As the tension in the room began to dissipate, Naruto let out a relieved sigh. This was going to be interesting. Backquote. With Sona and Naruto. After the chaotic encounter with Alucard and Sarah's, Naruto found himself in a quiet moment with Sona in his room. Sona told him she wanted to meet with him for a moment. Naruto, what exactly happened when you met Alucard, Sarah's, and this Integra person? It was quite an eventful meeting, to say the least. Alucard and Sarah's showed up with quite the flair, and Integra, she's imposing. How so? Well, she carries herself with this air of authority, like she's seen it all. And when she transferred command of Alucard and Sarah's to me, it was like she was passing on centuries of history. That sounds intense. Yeah, it was, but also kind of exciting. I mean, having Alucard and Sarah's on our side could be a game changer. True, but are you sure you're ready for that responsibility? Not only that, but the Hellsing organization has been our enemy for a while at one point too. Honestly, not entirely, but I'll do whatever it takes to protect our family and allies. I believe in you, Naruto. Just don't forget to lean on us for support when you need it. Thanks, Sona, I appreciate that. So, what about this Integra? Do you think she knows something about our family's history? It's possible. She mentioned knowing Okawa-san, so there might be some connection there. I think we should reach out to Okawa-san and see if she has any insight. Agreed. I'll get in touch with her and see what she knows. Thanks, Sona. It should be interesting. Integra said that Okawa-san was rather feisty. Chisato sat in her apartment penthouse waiting for a specific black-haired boy to come. More specifically a devil. Now many would wonder as to why that was. But to put it as a risque way to say it, it was her student. Chisato turning to face her current readers smiles looking at their faces read the screen. Of whether it's their phone or computer. She can currently see you reading the current story she is in. Besides, we're all wondering why I am here talking to you all. As well as thinking about a specific Sitri heir. Just think of it like this: a student of yours approaches you and he, on his own, tells you he is devil from a noble household. He is cute and handsome to boot, strong, interesting, had a sacred gear, and much, much more. Naruto, to say, was a completely unknown entity to me, at least from what she gathered about him. This was the first time I am summoning him. The busty nurse biology teacher held the piece of paper that belonged to the Sitri household between her middle and pointer finger. Now I have to admit I have taken a great interest in Naruto was a severe understatement. I am infatuated with the boy, a pure-blooded devil, had the power of a dragon in the palm of his hand. He could transcend myself, my brother Chuck, and my other brothers and sister with ease in power. I believe this is a divine intervention. Do I know who? No. Of course, I checked with my siblings, none of them had done anything to this world even since Chuck died. As for Naruto, he had no speck of human blood, no god DNA, no nothing. 9 mysterious strands of DNA are in him. 9 unknown strands of DNA embedded in his genetic code. Now that was even more intriguing. I simply just cannot help myself. It was something I wanted a better understanding. I can't do too much without alerting the other factions of her actions. So, I have to keep a low profile. Chisato laid her head back on the couch staring up at the ceiling. Now you may wonder who I am. Well, it's simple. Chisato Hasagawa is not human. By far from it actually. I am one of the 10 original gods from the divine realm. My real name is Aquaria, my little brother god. He calls himself, his real name was Chuck A.N. Let me know in the reviews if you get the reference. Ironic, right? God, the god of humans, their creator of heaven and earth. Along with these religions, counties, languages, and more. His name was Chuck, not fancy like how my name or my other siblings' names are. Oh, and Chuck is the oldest male in our family as well. Hell, even the humans came up with interesting names for God depending on their culture. Yahweh or Jehovah in particular places, and the list keeps going on and on. So, Chuck just decided to take up the name God, even though it was our title. Though Chuck died a long time ago back during the war with heaven, devils, and fallen angels. Course, then you got all the other gods and pantheons as well. But they're just children of my other siblings. Many would wonder why one of the gods was in the human realm. I am not only the oldest amongst my siblings. The most powerful, with Chuck coming in next. The other gods never cared to create. Except for the gods you all know. Oh, by the way, this is me talking to the audience. Ha, breaking the fourth wall. Anyways, I think I've bored you all long enough. Chisato finishes as she crossed her legs over the other while staring out her window of apartment. She went ahead and held the paper in her hands and thought about Naruto. He remembers his words, to summon me, simply hold the piece of paper near you. Thinking about me, it should establish a connection to me, and I should feel it. I'll come to start the pact once you want to. Silly boy, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Course, I doubt you care. Chisato then saw the piece of paper fly out of her hand. It landed in an open as blue circles began to form in the air. The magic circle split into 2 as they both went in opposite directions. One went up and the other went down, with Naruto appearing in the middle. The Sitri heir landed on the ground as he smiled towards Chisato. Hasagawa-sensei, glad you decided to take me up on that offer for a pact. The said nurse biology teacher of Kuo Academy had a smile appear on her mature face. The term Yamato Nadeshiko, it means ideal Japanese woman. It is a Japanese term and a flower metaphor. The term describes the flower of Japanese womanhood, or what is generally believed to be typical and ideal about Japanese women. Naruto was very taken back by her outfit. Chisato was wearing a yukata. It was primarily black, with red lacings that went down her outfit. Though it left the sides of her body exposed in the open. Not to mention the extra overcoat that was red, and it complemented her yukata. Then it was finished off with a green obi that wrapped around her waist. I'll post the picture of her outfit on Pinterest. Naruto learned that from Rias and Akino, since many of the girls in Kuo consider them and Sona as that. Naruto wouldn't disagree with them on that, when they also consider Chisato as one too. They didn't really do anything to earn the titles, it was just kind of given to them. Glad you could make it, seems everything was true. Naruto raised an eyebrow, what do you mean by that? I showed you my wings and everything, still thought I was lying. A girl can never be too careful. You could have drugged me that day. Chisato giggled as she shrugged her shoulders. Gee, that's a little extreme, but this is real. So, what can I help you with today? The nurse bio teacher of Kuo placed a finger on her lip. Honestly, didn't think I'd get that far honestly. She stood up and began to walk over to the kitchen. Let me make dinner, we can eat together. Oh, okay then, works for me. So, why don't you tell me a little bit about you and being a devil? Chisato began to get out some pots and pans. Sure, I can do that. I guess I should start with Ka-san and Otu-san. After about 2 hours Naruto and Chisato ate dinner together. Chisato made a killer egg roll bowl, which was a dish she discovered herself. Naruto had to admit it was really delicious. Wait, so you're telling me, you also got love letters? Naruto looked to his teacher shocked. Indeed, I did, first day on the job. Granted it was only a couple, but you know how it is. Teachers and students can't be a thing. Alright. I hope this doesn't make you feel uncomfortable, still your student. Ah, but my student who so happens to be a devil. A devil who will live for eternity, eventually. So, age really doesn't mean anything to you, now does it? Oh, I guess so. What are you trying to say? Chisato saw his face heating up and could tell she was getting to him. You're so adorable for someone who was supposed to be a devil. Thought you would be a bit tougher, maybe I'm wrong. Oi, I like to say I'm pretty strong. I was considered the strongest devil of my generation. Ho, interesting. Anyways, I'd like to hear about you. You get any possible love letters? The sexy nurse bio teacher asked as she leaned on the table. While she crossed her legs over the other, what killed Naruto the most? Is her chest was completely covered, but it seemed her breasts could just pop out of it. Well, just like on your first day. Naruto immediately started wanting to try to distract himself. Naruto was really cursing his devil genetics for his feeling of heightened lust. Backquote. 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 Flashback first day of school. After Naruto survived his first day of school he met up with Rias, Sona, Akano, and Kuroka from school. I can't believe those girls did that to you. Sona said, still rather frazzled looking at her twin. They actually sexually assaulted you. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the top of his sister's head. Try not to sweat it too much, Sona. I wasn't gonna make it a big deal. But Oni-sama, it was assault. If it was done to a girl all those boys would be arrested. This is no different. The twin of Naruto stammered out upset. Nya, how adorable. It's clear Sona's bro-con is really protective. Shut up you horny cat. I'm just looking out for Oni-sama. I'm not letting people sexually assault him. I appreciate it, Sona. I do, but not necessary. Worst case scenario we just wipe their memories or something. Oi. Naruto turned his head to see Akano with her usual smiling look on her face. Akano. Era. Seems like I was caught. The half-fallen angel giggled behind her hand. Akano. Naruto, it mine. You need to stop putting your hands on what's mine. Naruto rolled his eyes when Rias began to argue for him, though again she called him hers. Naruto isn't oblivious to their advances, just he isn't really ready. Relationships isn't what he is truly keen on. Especially after the death of Yugito. Kuroka giggled as she moved to Naruto. Nya, Naruto-sama, what about me? She began to purr into his shoulder wanting attention. Naruto simply petted her head. It's way too early for stuff like that, Kuroka, besides we need to get going. Otherwise Sharon will be walking alone. Nya, right, can't let that happen. The group came up to their lockers, but Naruto stopped. Along with everyone else, I'll see you all back home. The voice of Tsubaki spoke up as she'd been quiet the entire time. She left because Naruto's locker was about to burst. It was clear it was full of love letters and more. TCH. Fangirls never end. no matter what universe, nay Itachi. Naruto walked over and opened the door. Just then the letters spilled up going up taught Naruto's knees. Naruto picked one up and opened it, but before he could read, something fell out. Oni-sama. Something dropped. Sona picked up the piece of paper. Just then entire world shattered. Just then her face heated up. What? How indecent. On the first day too. Oni-sama, what does that letter say? Naruto could tell Sona was pissed. When she is pissed, there's no stopping her. Sigh. Dear Naruto-sama. When my eyes first laid on you, it was love at first sight. I felt my heartbeat quicken, and feel my body warm up. I hope you would be willing to be my boyfriend. I will do anything you want. I'll cook, sleep, and be your wife. I also want to carry your babies. Before Naruto could finish, the letter was snatched from his hands. Oi, I didn't finish. How indecent. On the first day of school too. They barely know you, Oni-sama. Sona raged angrily as she went to tear the letter. Just then Naruto snatched it from her hand. Sona, not right to tear someone's mail. But Oni-sama, Naruto placed his finger over her lips. Re-look at the letter. When Sona took a closer look at the letter to grit her teeth, she could see the decorations on the letter was neatly done. The coloring was done nicely. The writing seemed like they put effort and time into it. Sona grew silent. Wait, Naruto, you plan on reading all these? What reason? Rias asked, almost demanding the answer from Naruto. I'm going to turn them all down. The twin of Sona said that as he knelt down to pick the letters up. Then nicely turn them down. Naruto then put them into his school bag so he could read later. I'll read their letters, return the erotic pictures or whatever. Then move on. I have no intention of dating any of them. Oh. Rias's cheeks flushed red. That's Naruto-sama for you. How about me? You should go out with me and accept my love. Kuroka jumped at Naruto to hug him. Though Naruto ducked her advances as her face slammed into the lockers. She slowly fell to the ground in a heap. That's Naruto for you, a real gentleman, kinda, caring, and willing to accept someone's hard work. Rias and Sona both also felt embarrassed by this scenario. Akeno was more mature about this, and even Kuroka was too. That's saying a lot. I see. Sona went and opened her locker along with Rias. Just then they each had a letter fall out of their locker. The group all saw a heart sticker on them. Naruto just stared at the letters, then looked at Rias and Sona. Naruto and the others turned to Akeno, who also held on up. It seems, some girls are interested in us. That's embarrassing. Rias's face turned red as she picked up the letter and tucked it away. Why yeah, maybe I overreacted a bit. Sorry Oni-sama. Sona's own face was as red as Rias's hair. Well, it makes sense, this was an all-girls school at one point. Naruto's practically a prince here, exotic, and more. I can get behind why they like him. Akeno looked to Naruto as she licked her lips, causing him to shiver when he saw her do that. Backquote. 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 End of Flashback. Chisato's penthouse. Not surprising honestly, but what exactly did you do? Chisato took a sip of wine as she listened to Naruto's story. Well, after that, I took the time over the week. Read the letters, met up with almost 5 different girls every day. For the next 2 weeks gently turning them all down. Naruto simply sat in the back of his chair. It was honestly exhausting. Well, I'll admit even I didn't think about the work they put into the letters. Yeah, think about it though. They were willing to put themselves out there, and possibly be turned down. It's not an easy thing. If Sarafal Oni-sama has taught me anything, well, that's saying if any of her advice is actually useful. Is, when a girl confesses to you, or even if it's a boy, always take their confession seriously. They always put their heart into it. They always mean it, so never take it for granted. Backquote. 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 With Sarafal. Sarafal, who was working at her desk, felt a pang of pain and love. Oh my Naruto-tan senses are going off. Behemoth raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so Sarafal-sama? I think Naruto-tan complimented me. And Insulted me too. About how I am with advice. Sarafal pouted as she crossed her arms over her chest. To be fair, Sarafal-sama, you did try to convince Wakai Oji and Sona Ojo-sama. Bathing and sleeping in the nude with siblings is normal. Sarafal looked away, still upset. Behemoth could only deadpan. Backquote. 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 Back with Naruto and Chisato. Oh, I see how funny. Makes sense why you're still popular even today. Girls don't stop talking about you. Chisato took sip from her wine as she enjoyed their conversation. Well, it is late. I don't want to keep you any longer than I have. What type of payment do you need? Or do you need my soul? Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. No, we don't do souls anymore, Hasagawa-sensei. How about this? Chisato held out a red-laced bra in her hand. I'm a D cup. Naruto's face blushed a brighter red. Geez, what is with Hasagawa-sensei? What is it with her specifically? I never get this flustered with the other girls around me. Hell, I see Rias, Akano, and Kuroka butt naked all the time. And no, that's not necessary, Hasagawa-sensei. The busty nurse bio teacher could only chuckle. Alright, I'll be serious. If you're looking for money, I can do that. Certainly not hurting on it. That reminds me, no offense, but as a nurse and teacher, you make enough for a place like this. Yeah, surprisingly I do. It helps that Kuo was a private school for a long time. But now that it is mixed, things are a bit different. Even still not worried about cash, but yeah, I can do that if you'd want. How about dinner? You make it good enough. Naruto said with his genuine smile, looking down at his empty plate. Your dish was great. Course it doesn't always have to be dinner. I won't make you cook for me all the time. I see. Well then, how about this? My next form of payment, we'll go out somewhere. I liked having you here, Naruto. Truly. Feel free to visit if you want to. Doesn't always have to be based on pacts, of course. I won't argue going out with a pretty lady such as yourself, Hasagawa-sensei. When it's just us, Chisato is fine. Oh, really? Course. This point you've been over to my place. Also seen my bra, so I think it's fine after all. I see. Are there certain days you'd want to do this? Why don't we keep it to Saturdays, just us? Sure, I'd be down for that. Well, I guess I better get going. Bye, Chisato. Naruto waved to her as she disappeared in a magic circle. Chisato smiled to herself, looking out the window of her apartment. She placed her arms under her bust. It seems Naruto is very interesting indeed. Wonder if I could become part of his peerage. Chisato's smile grew more at the thought of that. Backquote. 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 Asterisk. In a castle somewhere in the underworld. A tall man and wore a red jacket with yellow padded shoulders. Sat in his throne room with a grin on his face. The man stared intently at what seemed to be a screen in front of him. He had pointy ears, white hair with a matching beard as well, and purple eyes. What matched his already aging face was a lust-filled smile on his face. Interesting. This Sitri heir keeps intriguing me more and more. The man looked over towards a servant that was standing next to him. Tell me what you've collected on him. Next to him is a tall, beautiful woman with tanned skin, white hair and a slim yet shapely figure with gold-green eyes. She has a rabbit tail and rabbit ear-shaped horns. He is currently the heir to the... Yes, I already know that Zest. Tell me any details pertaining to his abilities and powers. The devil waved off his servant's words. Why yes, of course, Zolgir-sama. Let's see. Naruto Sitri, younger sibling to Sarafal Leviathan and twin to Sona Sitri. A picture of Sarafal and then Sona went across the screen for Zolgir. His twin isn't much to look at, though his older sister got the curves in all the right places. Backquote. 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 With Sarafal. Brr. Sarafal's body shook as she sat in her desk signing paperwork. Death raised an eyebrow. Sarafal-sama, are you getting sick? You need to take better care of yourself. No, it's not that S-chan, I think someone was talking about me, not in a good way. I feel disgusting. I need to take a shower. I see, very well. Maybe I can see if Na-tan and So-tan want to take one with Oni-chan. Sarafal quickly dashed towards the door, disappearing in a magic circle. Damn it! Death placed a hand to her ear with a magic circle appearing. Behemoth, Sarafal got away. Yes, I know, I was there right next to her. Thought she was going to the one here. I can't wait until Mizor comes back from maternity leave. Backquote. 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 Back with Zolgear. Naruto has shown strength beyond that of a normal devil, one who focuses on physical and magical prowess. With his continued progression, he could very well become one of the strongest. He went toe-to-toe against Saraord Bale, heir of the Bale family. He won. Of course the battle was quite close. Naruto is seemingly also working on the ability to use Tuki, with the heir of Shiron Tuju and Kuroka Tuju. Then the faces of Saraord went across the screen, but then Kuroka and Shiron did. Too cute Nekosho. Rare ones indeed, they're practically the last two alive.
Zolgear rubbed his beard that was on his chin. I must admit this Naruto fellow knows how to pick the girls.
Zest looked rather upset that her master says this, but continues on anyways. Other females he is acquainted with: his Rias Ramori, Akano Himahima, Tsubaki Shinra, and a new servant Sona Sitri got.
Momo Hanaka, Rei Kusaka, Tomo Meguri, and Tsubasa Yura. When Zest read off the names, the faces of all the girls came across the screen in that order. I must admit, Naruto certainly does surround himself with pretty girls. Must not deny that aspect. Anything more on him? The boy is in possession of a sacred gear. What? How? Unsure. No information has been found. He is a pure-blooded devil. He should not even have one, let alone the boosted gear. One of the 13 Longinus? The sacred gears that can surpass Kami himself? Yes, the very one. He's the next Red Dragon Emperor. Zest looked through the notes on him. It seems he has made quite the progression with the sacred gear as well. Unsure of the level it is but it's clear he has a grasp over it. Apparently, he also has one of those king pieces he has for himself. What? That bastard Ajuka, TCH, hogging all the inventions and powers for himself. Typical, whether it's the new or old Satan faction. But it doesn't matter. I will reclaim my title of Asmodeus. How is the negotiation with the old Satan faction? Do we have their backing? Zest then pulled up some notes. Let's go over the deals that we agreed to them, as well as them to us. Good. Maybe we can get their assistance in this plan. All I care about is taking back my rightful spot, while stabbing that ridiculous Croisery Asmodeus out, stupid nephew. Backquote, 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 backquote. With Naruto. Now there are many things most people wouldn't complain about, specifically when you live in a house with a lot of girls. Course, most men wouldn't complain, right? It would be a dream place for most, and most would agree. If you disagree, then you're stupid and a liar. Unless your tastes in people are different. This is more for the straight men out there. You would especially not argue if they were continuously sleeping in your bed, in the nude. But for Naruto, now he didn't mind so much, though it was strangely enough something he has been growing accustomed to. Though today was a different story. Naruto was laying in his bed. Because today Rias took her peerage back to the underworld. She wanted them to meet her family and her big brother Sirzax. Kuroka and Sharon were out doing sibling things, and right now, Naruto found himself alone in his bed laying there. Naruto had a dilemma. He couldn't fall asleep. He had school the next day, was exhausted from his pact with his sensei. Of course, not that he minded spending time with her. Just being out and about earlier doing a stray devil hunt with Valerie. Training her has been going well, and she's been growing stronger by the day. It also helped greatly when he took her to Ijuka. Naruto learned that she was a cardinal piece, still very much allowed, because she was registered as a bishop piece. However, because of Naruto's position of holding a king piece, it seems it has had some adverse effects on his evil pieces. None of the bad kind, just causing more of his pieces to mutate and change. Then one of those changes with Valerie's piece becoming a half-bishop and half-knight piece. So, not only did she gain the extra magic power and storage from a bishop piece, she also got the extra speed from a knight. Ijuka couldn't really explain it. He was the one who created the damn things. Though those were thoughts for later, for now he feels rather alone. Having the other girls with him kept the bed warm. At least he wasn't alone. Never would have imagined that sleeping alone would feel so empty? Yeah, that is it strange to not want to be in a relationship, yet be surrounded by pretty girls all the time? Definitely not unusual. Most boosted gear wielders had harems of their own. I see. Just then Naruto saw a flash of light from his room. He saw the magic circle was red as out appeared Rias. She was wearing her rather revealing nightgown. Oh, you're still up. figured you would be asleep by now. Yeah, just got done with a pact with Hasegawa-sensei not too long ago. Hasegawa-sensei, Mo, you have a pact with her now? Naruto felt a little nervous answering that question. Well, yeah. One time when she got me away from those fangirls. I joined her for one of her planning periods during lunch. We just got to talking is all. Learned she had a lot of desires and more that she wanted. Figured to ask, and if all else failed, just erased her memory of it. Rias had a seemingly pouting look on her face. Rias full well knew Hasegawa-sensei was very much a threat. She was pretty, mature, older, maybe add in really pretty. Chisato was drop-dead gorgeous, and even Rias could admit it. But that doesn't mean she had to like it. Knowing Naruto is spending time around her made her feel uneasy. Why are you so upset? Rias said nothing as a continued pout was visible on her face. She stripped down to her birthday suit, then joined Naruto in bed, to which he lifted the covers for her. She simply slid in and wrapped herself in his body. Naruto simply wrapped an arm around her, pulling her in close. Because Naruto Baka, Rias, Naruto Baka. Naruto simply sighed knowing she wasn't going to stop. He simply rested his head onto the pillow, deciding to try to sleep. Do you like her? Shit. Yeah, she's nice. She's our sensei, and now a client. You know what I mean. Sigh. Look, she's pretty, I'll give her that. But I barely know her. Naruto pulled Rias in closer, causing her cheeks to turn red. He could feel her ample bosom push up against his chest. Now wasn't blind to her advances, nor Kuroka's, Akino's, and even Sharon. He isn't stupid. But you seem to enjoy being rescued by her and spending time with her. I wasn't taught by Okawa-sama on how to deal with them. Not like I can just bowl my way through them. One of them could get hurt, especially with how strong I am. Mo, doesn't mean I still have to like it. Hasegawa-sensei is just a client, and you Rias are my childhood friend. Fiancé, too. Rias added, wanting to make sure she emphasized it. Ah yes, fiancé, too. Naruto simply chuckled at it. Rias, I need to know, why do you have such a strong interest in me? Rias blushed as she looked to Naruto while laying in bed with him. Well, I guess my interest grew more. When you remember that ball my parents threw, to introduce you as a fiancé along with him. Oh, that? Ha ha ha, I tend to save girls a lot when they're in need. Don't I? Well, it's one way to make an impression.
Backquote. 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 Flashback Rias, Naruto, and Sona 12 years old.
Naruto with his peerage and Sona attended a ball that Rias's parents threw. It was mainly to show the people of the underworld for the potential suitors to Rias. Of course, it was also to have them officially meet one another as well. Naruto with Sona were given many looks. Sona had Tsubaki with her. Naruto had Kuroka, Itachi, and Sharon. Naruto and the group made their way inside and soon found Rias and her parents. Of course, Naruto also saw the Phoenix family there as well. Once they walked up, Naruto and Sona, along with their peerage members, gave them a polite bow. Lord and Lady Valerie, Lord and Lady Phoenix, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, Rias, and you must be Riser. Naruto said in order when he laid his eyes on Riser. Like father and son, Lord Phoenix had blonde hair and blue eyes. The mother of Riser had the same hair color as well, but gold eyes. Though Naruto saw a girl who seemed to be few years younger than him. Sona also said her greetings and Naruto turned towards the younger Phoenix girl. Hello. Name is Naruto. What is your name? The girl who was hiding behind, to what he could assume was Riser. She is a beautiful young girl with dark blue eyes. She has long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. And my name is Ravel Phoenix, Sitri Sama. Ravel knew that Naruto was the heir to his family, so she wanted to make sure she addressed him appropriately. Naruto chuckled, giving her a small wave. Lord and Lady Phoenix smiled, seeing how well Naruto got along with their firstborn daughter. Please just call me Naruto. Naruto then turned his attention to Lord and Lady Phoenix, Valerie. I see. So this is the young man who is also in the race for Rias Sama's hand in marriage. Lord Phoenix looked to Naruto with interest. "It has been a while. Sorry for coming in a bit later, old friend." Naruto looked back with Sona to see Chronic and Mira walking up to the two noble families of the underworld. "Ah, Chronic, Mira, it's good to see you both doing well. Glad to see you both have healthy and mature children," Lord Phoenix added as he looked towards his third son, but quickly went back to looking at Naruto.
Ahahaha, wonderful, glad you both could make it.
"I was hoping to keep this marriage proposal to close friends." Zeoticus chuckled, looking at his old-time war buddies. "Besides that, I guess we shouldn't wait too long."
Good thing everyone else is currently entertained.
"Why don't we have our own discussion?" Zeoticus gestured to them to follow him as they began to walk off to a separate place. When they got there, everyone sat down. The only ones who weren't there were Sona, her peerage, Naruto's peerage, and Ravel, who sat down with one another. Of course, they were soon accompanied by Rias's peerage as well. It was not uncommon knowledge in the underworld that Rias had all girls in his peerage. Once seated, everyone noted that when seated, Rias took the seat next to her mother, but also was a seat right next to Naruto as well, which angered Rias, but he kept it to himself. Rias was on the opposite side, sitting to the left of his mother, who sat next to his father. Zeoticus nodded his head, looking at his two best friends. "So, Naruto, Rias, exactly what are you hoping to accomplish by marrying my daughter Rias?" Rias was still quite upset by this whole ordeal. "Oto-san, you know I still don't like this. I want to marry whom I want to." Vanillana, Rias's mother, placed a hand on her daughter's head, which then had her quite down, to which then Rias decided to answer first. Naruto wanted the buffoon to answer first anyways. Its simple Lord Gremory is a prestigious member of the Phoenix family. Being one who is immortal makes Rias and I a perfect pair. When we rise through the ranks together as devils and start a family that would elevate our proud families to higher level. Of course, not saying that the Sitri family is not of important status either. Course, you must do what is necessary for your household as the heir. Chronic nodded his head, understanding that sentiment, though he couldn't help but notice, along with Naruto, that Rias was seemingly stealing glances at Vanillana. It was most likely that Rias would inherit her mother's figure. Of course, It made Rias very happy to hope for that to happen. Naruto, what's your reason for being in this marriage? Lord Phoenix looked to the boy with curiosity. Simple. I am Rias's childhood friend. We've known one another for 4 years now. I agreed to do this marriage to help her out. I have no real interest in marrying her against her will. Once I've been declared her fiancé officially, I'll break off the marriage.
Lord Phoenix raised an eyebrow, but he could see what was going on.
He wasn't stupid. Zeoticus and Chronic knew that it was clear Naruto knew that as well. The only question was how Rias would respond. What? That makes no sense. From someone who is an heir and from a noble family like me. You can see what makes sense for one of us to be married to Rias. For our family sake, Rias was already beginning to not like Naruto. Don't get me wrong, Rias. I care for my family. I want to make sure I do them right. I want to represent them the best I can. One of those is being a good family friend to another and helping them out. When I was told by Rias, she informed me of the situation she was in. I proposed a real marriage proposal to the Valerie family, said Naruto with a very firm and nicely. Someone fit to lead their household, but even still breaking it off would hurt your family, would it not? Rias had an almost outraged look on his face. He couldn't believe Naruto was like this. He was such a child. He was thinking too much for himself and Rias, rather than thinking for the betterment of his family and all devil kind. I'm sure Okawa-sama and Odo-sama, along with Oni-sama and Sona, would be very supportive in my decisions. After all, if I am to lead this house, I have to be able to make a decision. Then deal with the consequences afterward, and said consequences be damned. Lord Phoenix liked Naruto a lot actually, if only his son didn't think too much of the public image and more. Not saying to ask him to go dishonor their family name, just do what was right by his morals. Rather than others, accursed elders of the Phoenix family, he and Lady Phoenix both had disdain for their old ways. Like many of the noble 72 pillars of the underworld. That's stupid. I don't get it. Doing what's best for devil kind in your house is more important, is it not? Naruto shook his head. I agree with the sentiment of doing what's good for your family. However, I believe there are always alternatives rather than forced marriages. I'm not someone who would force anyone, even if they weren't my childhood friend. To force them to marry me, it would go against my morals. Naruto placed a hand over his heart. To me, Rias is Rias. No one greater, no one less. She is Rias Grammary. Rias is my friend, the Rias I know and grown to care for. I'll be damned if someone forces her to marry someone. Naruto finished as he sent a small glare towards Zeoticus, who let out a small chuckle. Everyone else, besides Riser, had their own amused chuckles as well. Rias, on the other hand, could only look to Naruto surprised. She put her hands to her chest, yet again he was making her chest feel tight. Her heart beat quick, her face felt warm and fuzzy, like her mother told her not too long ago, and put the idea in her mind. It might be because you love him. Rias heard her mother's words echo in her mind. Did I like Naruto? Which now left Rias really wondering if she wants Naruto to break off their arranged marriage. I don't get it. Someone with your power, status, and level. You could get anything you want? Then why even be a part of this? Riser said enraged. Please, stop acting like a child. We're heirs to our respective noble houses. There's more to life than our noble houses and ourselves. There's more to life than just that. Friends, family, people we love and care about. That's more important if you try to argue with me on that one. Then I'd say you're even less adequate to be capable for marriage. Let alone even own your own evil pieces, but that's just my opinion. Hey, you brat, how dare you? Riser stood up with a fist full of flames in his hand. Naruto frowned, looking at Riser. I see. It seems regular negotiations is futile with a person of your level of intellect. It's clear you're unable to see reason nor understand the position you're in. If you even think you could try to hurt me, let alone think to attack me. Check again, especially with the people in the room. Riser froze up as he looked around. He saw Zeoticus's unapproving frown along with Venelana, the sad sigh of his mother, and the disapproving frown on his father. He looked over to see Chronic upset, and a cold death stare from Mira. If looks could kill, Riser would be frozen solid, skin to bone, organ to tissue, tissue to cells, cells to molecules, and finally molecule to atoms. I'm sorry for my display. He bowed quickly, which his father still looked mad. Say it to Naruto too. His father ordered. TCH, sorry. Naruto could tell there was no real meaning behind it, but he little cared. Nonetheless, it is clear there is only one way to settle this for the future. Zeoticus looked to the two boys. Would a rating game settle thing between you two? Hey.
I'm game.
I already got a full set. Rias smirked, since this was a great way to show off his strength. Works for me, but please make sure you come to battle ready.
Because then you'll be too distracted thinking when your next hickey will be.
That could cause our battle to be completely one-sided. Though I guess I am not complaining too much. Rias subconsciously placed a hand over them, remembering his extracurricular activities with his peerage members. Oi, I have you know I am part of the immortal Phoenix clan. We cannot die. True, you may be immortal, not invincible. Naruto countered as he pointed to Rias. From learning about your family, it's not hard to counter the Phoenix family. Lord and Lady Phoenix were surprised and wondered what Naruto figured out. It was already true. Just like his twin, Naruto was quite intelligent. Maybe not as book-smart as his twin, but strategy in combat. That was Naruto's bread and butter. Really? How? Impossible.
Rias sneered out angrily.
Zeoticus, Venelana, Chronic, and Mira already knew the weakness of the Phoenix regeneration. Still not a secret many people know about. Simple really. From the looks of the grown-ups, it's not uncommon knowledge. If you study your enemies well, the weakness is simple. Like any other ordinary devil, you're vulnerable to light and holy properties. But if we get technical, demonic power, if you are forced to constantly regenerate, pouring your magic power into healing can put a strain on your magic pools. Meaning, the less magic you have, the slower and less efficient your healing is. Not only that, your body may be able to regenerate, but can your mind? What do you buy that? Trying to trick me won't work. Who said tricking? Actually, it's more like attacking your mind. How is that even possible? Naruto crossed one arm across his chest and rested his arm on the other. He pointed one finger into the air as he said, "It's called illusionary magic, but most of it can be negated. However, throw a little senjutsu into the mix. It can mess with your senses and more, break the mind. Break the body and spirit, it's not hard, Riser. You may be immortal, just like all devils, we live for eternity. But not unkillable. Rias was impressed, along by everyone else at the table. Naruto was something else. Not only was he already smart and cunning, but he was even willing to explain it easily and simply to Riser. If he had any brains or idea on how to beat Naruto, is to take his advice. Train, get his demonic power up, and reinforce his mental fortitude. All that is just made up nonsense. Never mind. Naruto mentally facepalmed. Anyways, I think we kept everyone busy long enough. Naruto stood up as he and everyone else did so. Naruto turned to Rias. Come on, Rias. Want to go hang out with us in our peerages? Sure, I'd love to. Wait, Rias. You should be with me. Riser said, smugly hopping Rias would choose him. Rias glared at him and stuck her tongue out at him. Blah. Asterisk, no way. I hate you. Rias grabbed Naruto's hand and began to run off with him. Everyone else began to walk away, with Lord and Lady Phoenix letting out heavy sighs. Riser growled as he hit his fist against the table. Damn that Sitri brat. I'll clean his clock during our waiting game. That way I'll marry Rias. Not that self-entitled little twat. When Riser got up to leave, he suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. He looked down to see black ice on the ground. He pushed himself up and growled even more when he saw the shape the ice was in. It was a middle finger. That little wannabe brat. I'll show him. Riser ignited his hellfire at the ice to melt it. After a second of torching the ice, he stopped his flames. However, he found the ice untouched, melted. His flames did nothing to it. No way. He cannot be stronger than me. Riser Phenex. Riser took a step back angrily until he then felt something poke him in the butt. He quickly fell forward on the middle finger with it in his mouth. He tried to get up, but felt an object shove into his rear end. Yow! He shot up as he took a step back away. He looked over to the wall to see a penis-shaped ice formation on the wall. That. Riser had a vein bulge on his forehead. Flames around began to ignite even hotter than before. That arrogant asshole Sitri. I'll show him who's boss. Riser began to storm off to blow some steam off. He didn't see it while walking away on the back of his shirt. In permanent marker were the words, "Blowjob Princess," to which, when he walked outside, he passed some devils, to whom he noticed were some of the strange ones. He knew they were gay, but what weirded him out, they began to wave at him and blow kisses to him. This only caused him to shudder, confused by why they were looking at him hungrily. Backquote, 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 backquote. End of flashback with Rias and Naruto in bed. Ahahaha. I remember that like it was yesterday. That prank you played on him was hilarious. Rias giggled into Naruto's chest as she took in his scent. You really fooled and toyed with Riser. I don't know why. But I feel like, when I am with you, I can take on the whole world. Naruto smiled back towards his childhood friend. I'm glad you feel that way, Rias, once this entire mess is over. Riser and I settle what we met when we were 12. Now I'm 15. 3-year-long standoff with this. Once it's over, you got your whole life ahead of you. Rias was happy to think about that prospect for the future. Rias sat up in bed as her breasts jiggled with each movement. She saw Naruto's eyes look over towards her direction. She could tell he was staring. She smirked. When that day will happen, I hope things for us can move forward. Rias moved her face over Naruto's. Naruto simply shook his head. You know it's your life, Rias. You don't need to feel obligated to stay with me. Just because I helped you out, I did this too. Rias silenced him by placing her finger over his lips. You talk too much, you know that? It's clear you don't seem ready, nor want to be in a relationship just yet, but when that day comes, even before it comes, I will do my best. I will win you over. I will make you mine, Naruto. You know I love you. Naruto's face blushed hearing his red-haired friend say that to him. Honestly, he really liked her too. Okay, that was an understatement. He really liked her. Naruto then saw Rias lean in to kiss him, and Naruto didn't know what to do. Naruto felt his face heat up and his heart race, but as soon as it started, Naruto then saw Yugito's face overlap Rias's and saw her displeased look on her face. Naruto turned his head, and Rias ended up kissing his cheek. Rias looked to him with a frown. What's wrong? Don't you want to kiss me? Am I not pretty enough? Oh no. Did I do something wrong, Naruto? Rias was cut off when Naruto wrapped his arms around her, doing his best to stop her from going too far. Naruto shook his head. No, it's not that, Rias. It's not that you're pretty enough. Naruto gently pulled away to see the sad look on Rias's face. The disappointment hurt the most. It's just as you said. You know I am not ready. By Satan's eye, I'd love to date you, but my heart. I don't know what to do. Naruto looks off to the side with a far-off gaze in his eyes. You're beautiful. You just being you is enough. I love everything about you. Your awesome hair color, your blue eyes, killer body. But most of all, your personality. You're so kind, sweet, caring, loving, and willing to help anyone the best you can. It's just, there's a lot of conflict within myself I need to work on. I got my own demons and skeletons in the closet. I've yet to sort those out, so I ask you, just give me some time, okay? Rias smiled at his answer and nodded her head. I appreciate and sorry. I hope I didn't make it weird. Maybe one day I'll be able to return those feelings to you. Naruto placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, which Rias took that win, and he then laid down pulling her with him. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and pulled her head into his chest. He held her close and tightly, not wanting to let go. No, daring not to let go. Naruto had lost everything in his old life, and now he has gained a lot now. He can't have that happen again, and he lost everything all too soon. He has yet to move on, yet to forgive, yet to love again. That is something no ordinary person could do. You lose a man you consider a brother to only be known as a traitor. Then die as a hero, to then kill your brother's brother after promising you'd protect him. Only for him to die at your hands after he killed your father. Attempted to kill your younger sister, mother, and unborn little brother, who also killed your soon-to-be fiancé and an aunt you cared for as a second mother. That takes a heavy toll on anyone, no matter who you are. To be strong to continue to move on isn't easy, but it helped when he met Itachi again. He healed, but not completely. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as he felt the sun's rays hitting his face. He lifted his head as she slowly began to sit up. Naruto turned his head and what puzzled him was the person in his room. Though, now that he looked around, he recognized it as his apartment. It wasn't much, the simple interior design being wood with light blue painted walls. With a large king-sized bed and dark blue and white sheets. A dresser, closet, and 2 nightstands on both sides of the bed. Suddenly he was cut from his thoughts as the person in bed with him shifted. The person had blonde hair, Naruto. It's still early. The voice spoke as the head raised up from the bed, then rested on his chest. She took a deep breath, taking in Naruto's scent, and then exhaled. It's our day off, Z's. The said whiskered blonde smiled as she wrapped his arms around the person. Why, yeah. Sorry, Yugi. Just a bit surprised is all ya know. Sometimes can't believe this is my life now.
The said two-tailed Jinchuriki giggled as she rubbed her face into his chest more. So warm and comfy, let's just stay in bed together today. Why yeah. Course you know I love doing anything with you. He, mine.
Naruto's partner kissed his chest and laid her head back on his chest. Yugito's partner laid his head back as he stared up at the ceiling for some reason. He felt like something was off, like he was missing something. He closed his eyes, trying to relax and enjoy this moment. Just then he felt a poke on his cheek. He opened an eye to see Yugito poking his cheek. Her hair rested around her frame, instead of it usually being tied into a single ponytail in the back. Something up? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm just curious. Just a thought is all. Yugito's eyes wandered around the room until they landed back on Naruto. We've been together for almost 4 years now, married and all that now.
Naruto looked at her with an interest in her proposal, but something did hit home with him.
Married? Last time he remembered she was. Wait, marriage? Yugito giggled as she shook her head. What do you mean, marriage? Then her face grew upset and annoyed. Did you forget we're married? Yugito's hands shaped as claws went up to his neck. Wait, easy Yugito. S still sleepy is all. I mean, come on. Sometimes it's hard to believe I'm married to someone such as you. It's still shocking to me every day. Shocking how lucky I am, of course. Yugito smirked with her own blush on her face. Gee, good save. Her claws retracted, and she reached up and planted a kiss on his lips. You're mine. Don't ever forget that. Why, yeah, of course. You're mine too, Yugito. You're everything to me. Hee. Yay. I know, pretty awesome, aren't I? You are dear. You are. Naruto pressed his lips to the top of her head as she snuggled back into his chest. That reminds me, what do you think of kids? Kids, what about them? Well, do you want any? Course I do. Starting a family is everything I'd ever wanted. Great, I do too. Well, I mean, we know how Riser and Rias and their child Riker is. He's so adorable and all. Think our kid will be that cute? Huh? Rias, Riser, Riker? Yugito's right eyebrow went up. Huh? Naruto, didn't you forget? You were Riser's best man? I was one of Rias's bridesmaids. Wait. Naruto placed a hand on his face. Rias doesn't she? Naruto started to have a pain go through his head. Naruto, you okay? Naruto? Yugito sat up, placing her hands on Naruto's chest. Just then the door to their room opened up. Naruto looked over to see Riser, with a large grin smirking on his face. Ah! If you think you could really take Rias away from me, you're sadly mistaken. Riser had Rias in his grasp as he cupped his hand on her breast. Bastard, get your hands off her. Naruto shot up from his bed. She's not yours. Naruto roared out as he glared daggers at Riser. Naruto. Naruto turned his head around towards the bed to see it on fire. Just then he saw Yugito standing there with her own eyes widened. She had a hole in her chest where a hand was through it, and out behind Yugito was Sasuke's face. His hand was through her chest as a Chidori was chirping wildly. Yugito. Ahahaha. What now, Naruto? Save Rias or save your wife. Naruto turned to Riser with his eyes glaring at him. Naruto's blonde hair began to change. Half of his hair turned black, while the other half was blonde. His right eye was violet purple, and his left eye was blue. Naruto saw Riser holding Rias hostage, and then he saw Yugito have a hole through her chest because of Sasuke. Choose Naruto. Choose who to save. Sasuke roared out as he laughed maniacally as his voice and Riser's voice began to merge. Help me, Naruto. No. Naruto, help me. Naruto heard Yugito and then heard Rias. Help me, Naruto. 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 Wake up, Naruto. Help me, Naruto. Wake up, Naruto. Wake up. Wake up. Naruto, wake up. Before Naruto could do anything, his world went white. Dot, 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 dot.
Real world.
Naruto's eyes shot open as he shot to his feet on the bed.
Naruto looked around to find himself back in his room in Kuo.
The bedroom which he sleeps on with the other girls was currently up in flames.
What is, oh by the mouse?
The girls were off the bed and standing off on the side. Naruto stood on the bed that was up in blue and black flames. What is going on? Naruto reached his hand out and summoned magic, which then dropped water onto the bed. Quickly the flames were doused and Naruto looked around, still rather shocked and panicked. Everyone was silent, unsure of how to answer that. Kuroka walked up to Naruto by the bed and placed a hand on his leg. Well, I think we should be the ones asking you that. Just then the doors to the room were slammed open, with Sona ran in. Along with Tsubaki, Momo, Sharon, Valerie, and Kiba. Though Sona was the one who shouted out, Oni-sama, is everything all right? Naruto, standing on the bed, still in shock, placed a hand on his face. I don't know. Everyone looked at one another, worried for Naruto. Even Sona's peerage members looked at one another worried. Naruto did not act like this, nor did he easily lose control of his magic like this. This was new. However, once Naruto regained his bearings, Rias, Akano, and Kuroka hid some burns on their bodies. It didn't help that they were in the nude and standing by the bed. I'm so sorry, guys. Naruto looked to Rias, Akano, and Kuroka and began to make his way towards them. Rias gave him a small smile and shook her head. It's okay. Just a bad dream is all. Akano gave him a nod of assurance. You know you'd never go out of your way to hurt us, Naruto.
NYA, we're fine. Some minor burns won't keep us Naruto's harem away.
Kuroka cheered as she jumped onto one foot. Sharon merely looked at her big sister with an annoyed look on her face. Naruto, still not completely convinced, walked over to them and began to inspect them. Rias was blushing from the closeness, but not minding Naruto wanting to check over their bodies. I just feel bad is all. I normally don't lose control of my magic like that. Akano giggled. If you feel that bad about hurting us, Naruto, there is a way you can make it up to us. The Queen of Rias gave him a sultry smile that was plastered across her face. NYA. I totally second that notion. I mean, we can't do that, it'll be taking advantage of him.
Though, if he wants to, I won't deny it. Rias couldn't help but want to take advantage of it, even if it got her a date with him.
Sona, not totally getting what was going on. She only knew something was wrong. Of course, deciding to not lash out at Kuroka, Akano, and Rias for bothering her big brother. Again, Rias, Akano, Kuroka, please go get dressed and be presentable. Please, Sona pleaded. Fine. The three groaned as they began to put clothes on, ignoring the fact they were all in their birthday suits. Naruto let a sigh out as he fell onto the edge of the bed. The others deciding not to want to bother Naruto, Sona went over to talk to him. Of course, everyone was curious about what was going on. Even Naruto himself was confused about this. Oni-sama, what happened? You screamed again. You know, like your nightmares you used to have. Sona already knew about her big brother's nightmares, and this was the first time in a long time. But it wasn't completely unusual for him, but what confused her the most. He hasn't had, to her knowledge, any real traumatic experiences before. Nothing that major to cause some sort of PTSD. Why, yeah. Well, it isn't the first time, but this was vivid. The two took a moment of silence to themselves. What was the scorch marks about? I don't know. I've never been able to use flames to this degree before. Naruto recognized them. They were the flames of the two-tailed hellcat, Matabi. The tailed beast that was sealed within Yugito. His Yugito. Oni-sama. This has never happened like this before. We should probably go see Ajuka-sama with Oni-sama. Sona rested her head against Naruto's shoulder. Naruto could feel his twin's worry.
You're right. I am lucky to have such a great twin sis like you, and Nei-chan as a sis too. Naruto patted her head, earning a small blush and smile from her sister. The two Sitri twins were always close and could tell how one another felt. Do you wanna talk about the dream? Naruto ran his hand through his hair with a frown on his face. Well, it was about Rias and Riser. Really, a little surprising, as I would like to think you have a way to beat him. Yeah, stressing his magic reserves to force him to regenerate a lot. That or attack his mind with the help of Kuroka's teachings in Yojutsu. Then why the nightmare? Good guess. I don't know honestly. The heir of the Sitri family looked onwards at the wall.
He tried to stare at it as if it was the abyss, of course. He could also feel that abyss staring back at him as well.
Sona, unsure of how to help her brother, could only think of one thing.
It led back to her best friend, Rias.
Oni-sama, do you have those types of feelings for Rias?
Naruto felt his cheeks warm a bit as he looked towards his twin. Naruto couldn't really fight the urges devils had, but he also couldn't help it completely.
His own feelings, thoughts, and more always had his mind go back towards Rias.
She has been there since they were 8. She was Sona's first friend too, and now best friend. They've done a lot together, gone to plays together, of course with family presents. But other times were just days to hang out, play games, and meet one another's peerage members. Especially the endless games of chess, the two were the most competitive because of that. They always tried to outdo one another, and Sona and Rias are to yet truly beat Naruto in a real game of chess, and Sona doesn't count the one time Naruto let her win. With the things they have been through and the thought of maybe losing Rias, it never really went across his mind that he lost a lot in his previous life. Now, there was a chance, a small chance, he could lose Rias. Someone who was important to him. He loved everything about her, mainly her personality. She is someone who enjoys what she likes and doesn't care what others think. Well, she gained that feeling once he helped assure her not to care what others thought. She could be stubborn, really stubborn when she didn't get what she wanted.
A bit childish, but there were times when she let things go.
Of course, still with some resistance, but it was always funny with her pouting look on her face. It's just part of whom Rias was. Naruto and Son were the only ones who could, at times, resist her pouts. He may have binge-watched One Piece and Dragon Ball with her for endless hours. Hearing her talk about the characters as if she grew up with them. She loved her romance comedy animes and many more. Ones that made them laugh and cry, and ones that piqued her interest like Dr. Stone. When Naruto thought of that, he felt his heart tighten. The thought of someone else taking Rias and marrying her bothered him. Just like how someone else trying to marry Yugito and taking her away also bothered him. Though she was gone, she moved on, and here he is. I honestly don't know Sona. I think I like her. Naruto looked at his twin as she listened to him intently. I enjoy seeing her happy, and I know when she is happy. When she is around her peerage members, when we're in school, when she is with you and me. She enjoys her anime and Onisama's Miracle Leviathan series too. His eyes relaxed as the edge of his lips moved upwards, though then frowned. It bothers me when I think someone like Rias is even after her hand. I guess it would bother me greatly if someone else tried to, take her away from me. The twin of Naruto's face relaxed, now realizing what was going on. Or at least she likes to think she figured it out. It seems like it was obvious. Onisama, you're already so strong, stronger than most other devils around our age. I believe you are stronger than that pompous overgrown chicken, Rias. If this really bothers you, and you are worried after this entire fiasco is over, talk to Rias about it. Surely you know how she feels about you. You aren't blind nor stupid, Onisama, but you more like. Stop myself from believing why a girl like Rias would end up liking a guy like me. I asked myself that question all the time. That or I overthink things, causing them to be more complicated than they need to be. Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Sona let out a stifled chuckle. Do what you think is right. I believe you will do what is right. You're my Onisama after all. You're brilliant and amazing in your own right. Besides, you're not just some ordinary guy, let alone devil. Thanks, Sona. I appreciate it. Naruto hugged his twin as she hugged back. Dot 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 dot. Later that day at Juka's lab, Naruto found himself in the laboratory of Juka's mansion having his DNA scanned again. He was there with his older sister Sarafal. Dropped everything she was doing, as her response was, I must make sure my adorable Narutan is healthy and safe, which was debatable on what she meant. Sona was there along with their parents Chronic and Heir Sitri. The news of Naruto producing blue flames was unordinary. Ajuka was looking over the computer as he was analyzing the new strand of DNA he got from Naruto. When the computer was doing its thing, it eventually stopped and began to blink. The other 9 extra strands of DNA found in his DNA were speaking. It was speaking mountains of words to him. Well then, isn't this an interesting new update? Ajuka stood up from his chair, turning to the Sitri family. Is everything alright, Ajuka? Is Narutan gonna be alright? Yes, Naruto is perfectly fine and in good health. like everything below his waist, too. Oni-sama.
Please, behave. Sona looked at her cis-bro-con sister annoyed. Come on Sotan, don't be so mean to your Oni-chan. She's just trying to make sure that our future together will be good. Especially for the children. Thanks for the worry Oni-sama. Anyways Ajuka, as you were saying.
Naruto interjected with a deadpan look on his face.
Well, it's simple, the genes found in your DNA. Long story short, are awakening, or more like activating a mutant gene throughout your body. Wait, how though?
Even still, this is a brand new development for us. The Sitri family never really had, what do you call it? A special clan ability pertaining to your family. Well, I cross-referenced Sona's and Naruto's DNA, and she doesn't have said abilities. Abilities. So there are more. I remember you saying 9 strands of DNA. Naruto added, to which Ajuka nodded his head to confirm that.
Naruto, for some reason your genes mutated, and that one gene mutation split into 9 separate other genes as well. Ones that awaken, from what I understand of your recent story.
Is stress? Stress on someone could cause someone awaken genes, but also levels of strength you possess. The timing as well also has a factor. Wait, so having a bad dream about Rias taking Rias away is enough for something like that? Mira looked rather confused. Even Chronic had a hard time believing something like that. Naruto was also kinda regretting letting Sona explain that part to their parents. Even more so when Sarafal found out. She was quite upset about that. Ajuka shrugged his shoulders. Honestly, I think it might be only a small part of the reasoning. Think of it as an extra catalyst to cause something to happen. That was the final pushing point the gene needed to awaken. Think of it as a final ingredient to a recipe. Let's also not forget. Rias, Sona, and Naruto, a lot of the other members of the peerage, are currently going through puberty, so it's not a surprise that is the main culprit.
So, what you're saying is, Naruto is going through puberty, thus causing his gene mutations to awaken. Sarafal asked, confused by the majority of what was being talked about. Yes, it is possible that his future kids could get them.
It seems those 9 strands used to be one mutant gene and activate due to multiple different factors.
As to what, I don't know, but it's clear Naruto inherited the ability to use fire. By chance was the fire using your magic to fuel it? Ajuka turned back to Naruto as he shrugged his shoulders.
I see. Why don't you test it on that pile of junk over there? Sure. Naruto extended his hand out as he felt the flames again. As if on command, a stream of blue fire erupted from his hands. The flames engulfed the pile of Ajuka's junk in the lab and were quickly reduced to ashes. Yeah, I felt the drain on my magic. I thought my black ice magic was something I just created. You sure this is a gene mutation? Well, it seems very similar to the Phoenix family Hellfire. Let's test something. Ajuka held up a dagger in his hand. I want you to try to snatch this dagger away from me with your flames. Naruto tried to do that and make his flames do the said task. However, the flame on his hand did not respond. I got nothing here. Okay, how about this? Ajuka threw the dagger at Naruto and it stabbed in his shoulder. Everyone began to freak out as the dagger was lodged into Naruto's shoulder. Ow. Hey, what was that for? To test something. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I can fix you up. Now take the dagger out. As the others relaxed, Naruto did as Ajuka asked.
Once Naruto went to take the dagger out of his shoulder, a trail of blood was shown going down his arm. But what was interesting, Naruto's wound began to steam, and then slowly healed itself up. Interesting. That wasn't the flames, maybe you just can conjure hell flames or something of that nature. But it seems you do possess an ability to heal, a healing factor.
Man, you are a mutant devil. Ajuka smirked, placing his hand on his chin. This is fascinating. Ajuka turned to his computer and saw another strand of the mutant gene light up. It seems another gene awoke in you when you were hurt. Well, it seems some more tests are gonna be required, Naruto. I hope you don't mind. It'll be good to see what you can do. Mira frowned at this, but this was her son after all. If he wanted to do this, who was she to stop him? Just go easy on him, please. It's clear he doesn't fully understand his new abilities. Don't worry. This entire place is indestructible. Kaboom! An explosion went off in the laboratory and everyone covered their faces and ears. Once the dust died down too, everyone looked over towards the source. Everyone saw the pile of junk that Naruto incinerated. Everyone saw a propane tank piece lying there. Oh, so that's where I put that. Everyone looked towards Ajuka annoyed. He shrugged his shoulder. Ops. I said this place was indestructible. Just then a part of the ceiling collapsed and fell to the ground. I think you're gonna wanna remodel after this. The heir of the Sitri house commented as Ajuka frowned. So much for the lab being indestructible. ... Few days later, Kuro Academy. Naruto was currently with his peerage in their built-in training room doing what they could to get stronger. As of right now, Naruto is making some very quick and interesting developments with his abilities he acquired. Okay, to be specific, he has only acquired the ability to produce blue flames, which I might add are stronger than most flame spells. Currently, his healing factor was stronger than most, the only theoretical thing that could slow it down. Would most definitely be holy magic, of course. There was a time and place to test that out. Naruto finished up and he let a breath of sweat out as he was breathing heavily. Kuroka smirked as she relaxed from her battle stance, NYA. Wonderful Naruto-sama, don't worry, Oni-chan is proud of you too, Sharon. You both are progressing quickly in your senjutsu and yojutsu.
Sharon smiled happily with her 2 ears and tails out.
Sharon has been progressing working on using Tuki and yojutsu. It has been rather difficult, but doing it alongside Naruto made it easier.
At least the terms of trying to master it. That was because she was further ahead of Naruto. That was because her body is made to use senjutsu and yojutsu. It seems Naruto struggled the most with yojutsu, which might not be something he can rely on in battle. Naruto released his own Tuki aura as the light white hue of energy left him. Even still, nowhere near the level Saraorg had it. Naruto looked down at his hands as he flexed them open and closed. Mastering senjutsu chakra was way different from how it's used here. By taking in natural energy and mixing it with your physical energy. Way different from a body of that of a devil. I remember Kuroka stating that yokai have bodies that are more natural to absorbing and utilizing senjutsu. Is there anything I'm still missing, Kuroka, because I feel like I am? Kuroka placed a finger on her lip as she studied Naruto's look, and remembered their spar, NYA let's see, well when we were fighting. You're doing a good job keeping a steady flow of senjutsu going into you. Though you lack when it comes to keeping it circulated throughout your body. Letting it flow smoothly, like a river with bends and twists, and now letting the flow slow down. When I try to do that, I feel like I'm stalling though. Naruto sighed as he scratched the back of his head. Just then he looked down to see Sharon handing him a towel. Thanks, Sharon. Naruto placed a hand on her head, patting it, earning some purrs from the young Nekomata. Sharon thought for a moment and then said, you should try relaxing more, you've been tense as of late. Senjutsu required strict concentration, but just as equal relaxation, letting it flow easily into you. The white-haired Nekomata looked up to her master. I can tell there's been a lot on your mind. Until you can resolve it, progressing further with senjutsu, mainly Tuki, is pointless.
Naruto looked towards her with an upset look on his face.
He didn't like to hear that. NYA, if I'm being blunt here, Sharon hit the nail right on the head. You still aren't upset that you hurt us by accident that one time? Are you?
We forgave you for it. It was an accident.
Naruto looked to Kuroka and smiled as he shook his head. No, it's not that. Granted, I feel bad it happened. But it's more, I believe, just unsure of how to go about it.
Sharon and Kuroka both frowned, upset that Naruto wasn't sharing. He hasn't shared a lot with the group.
Heck, even Rias and Akino have tried and couldn't break that barrier. There was something that Naruto wasn't telling them. It was clear the only other one who was in on it was Itachi. When they asked him if he knew something, he would always say, I know little of what goes on inside of Naruto-sama's mind. All I know is there is a great deal of pain, and he and no one else knows how to help him handle it. This was certainly an answer they didn't like, but they decided not to egg him on about it for now. It was clear he did not want to talk about it.
Dot 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 dot. With Itachi. Itachi was working his blacksmith blade. He was currently forging weapons to help him out in battle. He preferred light armor such as Kevlar. He made the Kevlar woven into thin, tightly woven strands. He then layered them over one another and added more wove layers on top of that. The armor being made of his magic made them even stronger than ordinary Kevlar. Just then Itachi was cut from his works when the door to his workshop opened up. He looked over and saw the two Nekosho sisters walking in.
Oh, hello Sharon, Kuroka, something I can help you two with. Kuroka walked over to Itachi and rubbed the back of her head.
Kuroka cares for Naruto deeply, and of late, Naruto has been hanging around Itachi a lot. Not only that, but the events that transpired not that long ago. Mainly Naruto has thrown him off his groove. NYA, yes, there is.
Sure, how can I help? Well, you see it's, how do I put it? Kuroka placed her finger on her lower lip unsure of how to. Sharon sighed, it's not hard Oni-sama, long story short. Naruto-sama from what we can understand, and you as well, has been acting strange. It's concerning for us as his training has seemingly halted. We heard from Behemoth as well in Esdeath that his training has been static. Itachi lowered his working tools and looked over to the girls. It was clear the two cared deeply about him and wanted him to be happy. Itachi knows why Naruto is reserved, unsure and closed off to relationships. Not every day two men, who died in a previous world were reincarnated. Then miraculously were reunited, totally a normal ordinary thing happened. Itachi had a small smile on his face. Naruto doesn't have many guys in his peerage to bond with.
So, once I joined I was someone he could come to talk to about stuff.
I noticed you so happened to leave me out, how hurtful.
The group looked over to see Alucard come walking out of the wall. He had a grin on his face. Let's face it, Alucard, you're practically your own being. But soon enough you'll gain the respect of Naruto.
Itachi looked at him with an impassive look on his face. Hehehehe, absolutely true, well just figured if we were talking about our dear. You mean my dear Naruto?
Oh, yes, whatever you say, kitty. Kuroka growled at Alucard, feisty.
Alucard had a large grin going from ear to ear. Besides he'll figure it out, he's something special.
Having a sacred gear and all that, being that of a noble devil's blood. Truly a unique individual, if I must say so myself. We're getting off topic. Long story short, Itachi.
We want to get to the bottom of the issue he is in. How do we do it? Sharon interrupted, wanting to get to the point of this conversation. Well then, now my boner is gone. Thought we were gonna talk more about the things that plague him. How disappointing, but whatever, I'll take my leave. See ya. Alucard then sank back into the walls of the mansion.
Itachi simply shook his head, then turned to Kuroka and Sharon. He smiled. It It's good to know he has found some great people. Maybe it is time I talked some sense into him. He should move on from Yugito's death. Otherwise, he'll never be able to enjoy life. With Zolgir's castle somewhere in the underworld. Is the plan ready, Zest? Is the ritual along with our minions ready? Zolgir looked to his loyal servant Zest, because once our plan is put into motion, there will be an entire devil hunt. We need to stay as low as possible. Yes, everything is prepared as you ask Zolgir-sama. The ritual is ready. We simply need to attack when our target least expects it. Zest gave a slight bow towards Zolgir, willing to do his bidding. Good, we'll simply lure them in. Swoop in and take their power, not to mention, with the backing of the old Mao faction, we'll get my hands on what I need and what I want, Ahaha. Zolgir began to laugh manically as in front of him magic screens were displayed. The pictures in front of him were a handful of women in front of him.
Then a target is Naruto for his sacred gear, the power to become stronger than a god shall me mine. Zest could only look onward with an upset look on her face. Zolgir is her master, her father, but there is a feeling of sadness in her chest. ... Few days later with Rias. Rias had just finished school and was in her occult research club room. So, how are the contracts coming along? Akano, Kiba, Rias currently had only 2 members of her peerage looking at her and nodding their heads. That's good, few really need to begin expanding my horizons on members here. The only other one is Gasper, for now, he is sealed away. Rias looked outside of their occult research club room, otherwise I'm going to get left behind Naruto and Sona. Rias placed her hands on her hips, she looked towards Akano, is there anyone here to take note of? As of right now, some of the ones that Sona has been looking at are taken. Akano walked over and began to pour herself Kiba, and Rias some tea. Akano took out some files and placed them on the coffee table. Well, there are some students to take note of. A girl by the name of Rain Arrows, she's a strong and fast martial artist.
She'd be a perfect rook, doesn't have a sacred gear, but still proves herself to be quite smart.
Above average grades, had a few friends.
When Rias looked at Rain, Rain had dark red hair herself and golden yellow eyes.
Then there is a boy, he does have a sacred gear. Akano placed another set of papers down, unsure of what it currently is, asking Sharon to look into him was great. As we know he has a sacred gear relating to water.
Rias looked down to see the boy with blue eyes and black hair. Looks like some people to investigate, if you guys can. I'll keep my familiar to look after Rain. Akano, have your familiar look after the boy. What was his name again?
Oh, apologies, it says here his name is Mason Powers.
Akano moved the papers so his name was visible. Smart when it comes to Japanese writing and literacy skills. average in math, and excels in gym. It seems he's a part of the same club as Rain too. Seems like he is also a martial artist as well. Interesting. Let's keep a close eye on them then. So, these were the two Sona has been wanting me to take a look at. With Naruto and Itachi.
Naruto finished school and began to make his way back home with Itachi.
Naruto's members had plans after school, so it was just Itachi and Naruto. Naruto was walking back as he held the bag by its strap over his shoulder. Man, sometimes I wonder why I decided to agree to attend school. It's what happens when you have two ladies who are constantly around you. One childhood friend who is in love with you. Then your insistent twin, who wants you to take your education more seriously. She won't ever let me skip, nor ever even let me take a nap during class. Naruto drawled out annoyed, not that I don't know it, just find the majority of it boring. Okawa-sama taught me everything. Seems like your Okawa-sama has done well for you and Sona. She has.
Naruto placed both hands behind his head as he began to lean back a bit, looking up at the sky. Itachi could see the look in Naruto's eyes. Naruto, how often do you think about our old lives?
A lot.
I do as well. Nothing easy to get over or move on from, honestly. Itachi looked up to the sky, deciding to also stare out into space. Agreed, but do you regret anything? Honestly, a lot. Leaving Sasuke the way I did, you as well. Should have explained myself more. Itachi frowned. I feel like, if I only would have been honest to you and Sasuke from the beginning. I feel like a lot could have been different. We did our best, Itachi. We won't always make the best decisions. You don't blame me for how he turned out. No, I blame myself more than anything. Felt like I should have done more for Sasuke. Naruto. Itachi stopped walking. Naruto turned back to him. You did everything you could have done and even more. Itachi simply shook his head. Sasuke chose his path, we only tried to steer him right away. Well, at least I went about it the wrong way. You did it the right way. He was too blinded by his emotions.
Naruto looked at his brother in all but blood with a sad look in his eyes. I understand what my 2-san had to do, but I still felt it was wrong on what happened.
It wasn't right to ask you to do something like that. My 2-san should have been more stern with the council. He let them walk all over him.
Even still, it didn't help my clan was hell-bent on a coup. There was not much we could do but do our best. Sasuke learned what happened and went down the wrong path. He was persuaded by Orochimaru, and he did what he did. Yeah, but I could have. Tap. Naruto flinched as Itachi poked his forehead with his finger. Yeah, there was a lot you could have done. I'm sorry for you, Gito. It seemed you had a bright future. My little brother, our brother took that away from you. Almost killed your younger sister and pregnant mother. He was too far gone. I'm just thankful you stopped him before he continued to do more harm. Itachi, Naruto's eyes widened as Itachi walked in front of Naruto.
Itachi teleported them home into Naruto's room. Itachi went down on his hands and knees. I should have done this for you long ago.
I may have only told you, but I realized you've been dealing with this for years. Itachi bowed to Naruto. Your other peerage members, including Rias, have shown their worry for you.
Even your twin sister Sona, you have a new life, Naruto. Please, I beg you to move on. I know it's not easy.
Itachi then raised his head, but for what has happened to the both of us? For the sake of the both of us, move on. Because I won't if you won't. A past that will forever keep us down. Itachi slowly stood up to his feet as Naruto looked at him shocked. Itachi, I don't know. I mean to ask me to just forget. Not forget them. It's okay to acknowledge they were part of your life. But that was the old you. You're Naruto Sitri, a twin, a son, childhood friend, and the best friend to Itachi Lucifuge. I think it is time to move on. Then how did you do it? Aren't you still upset about what happened to Sasuke? Naruto looked to Itachi, rather surprised by his response. I'm sad and hurt by the loss of my brother. I know you did your best and did what you thought was best. I know you didn't go out of your way to kill Sasuke. You loved him as you did Kasumi did. But he overstepped his boundaries if what was right and wrong. That's in your eyes and mine. Wait, Sasuke. You see him as a
Failure, yes, my failure. I failed him, as I failed you.
Itachi closed his eyes as he relaxed and he turned away from Naruto.
Itachi. It's okay, Naruto. I've come to the fact that we tried our best. Now Sasuke had to make those choices on his own. Itachi smiled as he leaned towards Naruto and pressed his forehead to his. It's time to let go. I understand that you did your best. You had to kill Sasuke. He would have killed a lot more. Itachi gently then released Naruto from the hug. Sasuke may have been our brother, someone we looked after. He made his choice. You simply did as you needed.
He would have killed so many more.
What about Yugito?
I was going to marry her. I was going to start a family and as hard as it is, she's gone, Naruto.
But the Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, was marrying Yugito. She is gone. You are two from that world. This is a new start, Naruto. But even still Naruto.
Itachi said angrily as he looked at Naruto with his eyes. Tell me this right now. Yugito is gone, and you cannot bring her back. No matter how much you want to, but even still, can you say, she would fall in love with the current you again.
As Naruto Sitri, not Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze.
Naruto looked at Itachi rather shocked by his approach to this situation.
Itachi was rather patient and quiet, but he was way more vocal.
More than he used to be in his old life. Itachi, you're Naruto. If there is one thing you need to understand, these people you're around, the people you were with, they aren't Yugito, your mother, Kasumi, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, and more. They're not them. And you're not Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto flinched, looking at Itachi, surprised by what he was saying. You're Naruto Sitri. They all know you as Naruto Sitri. Tell me, Naruto, do you even care for the people around you? Of course I do. I've made a lot of friends and care for each and every one of them. Okay then. Have you been the brother to Sona? Have you been a friend to Rias? Been the king that Sharon and Kuroka need? Wait, what are you? Kuroka and Sharon came to me not too long ago, concerned for you. They noticed that you and I are closer than they expected. Not that it's a bad thing, but even then they're worried about you. You've done nothing but let them continue to worry about you. Rias, her marriage for Riser, you've done things to help her. But why don't you do something now? Why don't you end it early for her?
Tell Riser that you challenge him now to him even getting a chance to get Rias. You know how he is, he's going to go around your deal. But we agreed that
you're an heir to a family. You're both after the same women.
Regardless of your goals, she is your friend. You should go to him, challenge him, and end this entire fiasco now. Peerage or no peerage, be the heir to the family you need to be. Be the friend you need to be for Rias. Now tell me this, how would you like it if Riser came in and simply took Rias, Sharon, Kuroka, Sarah's, me, Alucard, and Valerie for himself?
He killed me and Alucard off, and he took the girls for himself.
What? No, of course not. Then do something about it. You've been so fixated and worried about your previous life and everything.
You're ignoring your current duties to who their Naruto is. You're not the same Naruto as before.
You need to grow up and move on. Why yeah, I never really thought of it like that. Itachi let a sigh out as he closed his eyes, and then opened them. He saw Naruto seemingly distraught and unhappy. Naruto has always been full of life and happiness. But this time, if he would continue down this road, it was clear. The people around him would never be happy. Rias would not have been happy with Naruto, Kuroka, or even Sharon. They look up to the Naruto who helped them and cared for them. He kept pushing them away. Slam. The two flinched as they looked towards the door. Kuroka came in sweating as she shouted, "We need to go downstairs now." Kiba, he's back, but he's wounded. Someone kidnapped Rias and Akino.